أيضا مما توليه وزارة الموارد البشرية والتنمية الاجتماعية من اهتمام، والمركز الوطني للقطاع غير الربحي خير مثال على هذا الاهتمام، حيث أنه حديث التأسيس وله أهمية خالصة وأولوية ملحة، وخاصة في وجود تحديات وتغيرات تنموية واقتصادية واجتماعية، أو في هيكلة القطاع نفسه من حيث الأدوار المختلفة التي يلعبها القطاع الغير الربحي في التنمية الوطنية، وبشتى أنواعه وبأشكاله من أوقاف ومؤسسات وجمعيات ولجان. واللاعب الجديد الهام المتمثل في المنصات الرقمية، كل ذلك مما يحتم على العقول الكبرى داخل القطاع للتفكير بشكل استراتيجي وفعال في الحلول الممكنة للتعامل مع ذلك. يمثل المنتدى العاشر لتطوير القطاع غير الربحي فرصة لمناقشة كل ذلك فيما بيننا، ولننجز كل في بستانه ضمن هذا الحقل الوارف ما ننضج به الثمار ونجدد به البذور. وفي الختام يطيب لنا نحن مؤسسة سالم بن محفوظ الأهلية ومؤسسة سالم بن أحمد بالحمر وعائلته الخيرية أن نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لسعادة نائب رئيس الجامعة وكافة العاملين في مركز التميز لتطوير القطاع غير الربحي، كما يطيب لنا أن نقدم الشكر والامتنان لشركائنا في رعاية الدورات السابقة، مؤسسة عبد الرحمن بن صالح الراجحي وعائلته الخيرية ومؤسسة المجدوع الخيرية، سائلا المولى الكريم سبحانه وتعالى بالدعاء أن يوفقنا جميعا في خدمة وطننا ومجتمعنا بما يتحقق به من رفاه للإنسان وسعادة له. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نقدم الآن عرضاً يوضح أعمال وإنجازات المنتدى خلال الأعوام السابقة. نعتذر عن خطأ تقني. كلمة راعي الحفل سعادة رئيس جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن، يلقيها نيابة عنه سعادة نائب رئيس جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن للبحث والابتكار الدكتور علي بن أحمد الشيخي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أما بعد، أصحاب السعادة الأفاضل، الحاضرين والمتحدثين الأعزاء، السيدات والسادة، أيها الحفل الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية يسعدني أن أنقل لكم تحيات رئيس الجامعة سعادة الدكتور محمد بن محسن السقاف راعي هذا المنتدى، وخالص أمنياته بأن يكون هذا المنتدى مثمرا وفعالا، كما أنقل اعتذاره على عدم تمكنه من مشاركتكم اليوم رغم حرصه الشديد على ذلك نظرا لسفره بشكل عاجل خارج المنطقة. أيها الحفل الكريم، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في افتتاح المنتدى العاشر لتطوير القطاع غير الربحي الذي تنظمه جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن تحت شعار تحول المؤسسات غير الربحية نحو مستقبل مستدام، ويشارك فيه متحدثون دوليون وبحضور من خبراء وممارسين محليين وقيادات القطاع غير الربحي، ويعقد بشراكة استراتيجية مع مؤسسة سالم بن محفوظ الأهلية ومؤسسة سالم بن أحمد بالحمر وعائلته الخيرية. أيها الحفل الكريم، لقد استشعرت جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن مبكرا دورها المجتمعي، وحرصت على تعظيم أثر القطاع غير الربحي وتحويله إلى عمل مؤسسي يساهم مع القطاع الحكومي والخاص في تحقيق مستهدفات رؤية 2030، حيث أسست الجامعة مركزا متخصصا لتطوير القطاع غير الربحي، وطورت شراكات استراتيجية مع وزارة الموارد البشرية والتنمية الاجتماعية، وتعاونت مع العديد من المؤسسات المانحة، كل ذلك للمساهمة في بناء قطاع غير ربحي قوي ومؤثر ومشارك في تحقيق أهداف التنمية. تتأكد أهمية هذا المنتدى مع ما نشاهده اليوم من تطور وتسارع كبير في الأساليب الإدارية الجديدة وفي عالم التقنية، وتوجه المملكة العربية السعودية إلى رقمنة كافة الخدمات وتطوير طريقة إدارتها. لقد جاء منتدى هذا العام ليشارك في التأكيد على أهمية التحول التقني للقطاع غير الربحي وما يصاحبه من تطوير للأساليب الإدارية والمالية، والتأكيد على أدواره وتوضيح أثره التنموي، بالإضافة إلى التأكيد على أهمية تهيئة جيل من القيادات الشابة للارتقاء بهذا القطاع الحيوي. إننا نثق أن هذا المنتدى سيكون خطوة مهمة تؤدي إلى بناء مؤسسات قطاع غير الربحي قوية، وتوفير الأسس والقواعد التي ترتقي بأدائها وتزيد من كفاءتها وفعاليتها وجودتها، وتساعدها على تحقيق الاستدامة المالية والتأثير الاجتماعي القوي، وتعظيم أثرها الإيجابي ودورها التنموي، ووصول رسالتها وخدماتها إلى أكبر عدد ممكن من الفئات المستهدفة. لقد حرصت اللجنة المنظمة للمنتدى على أن تتنوع فعالياته بين الطرح النظري والمواءمة المحلية والتطبيق، حيث يتضمن برنامجه أوراق عمل يقدمها نخبة من الخبراء العالميين، وجلسات حوارية، بالإضافة إلى حلقات لمناقشة ما تم طرحه من مفاهيم وتجارب وطرق تطبيقها في السياق المحلي. أيها الحفل الكريم، أنتهز هذه الفرصة للتنويه أيضا بالجهود الجبارة التي حققتها الجامعة في آخر سنتين. لقد أنشأت الجامعة العديد من البرامج والمبادرات من خلال تحولها الأكاديمي والبحثي وتفعيل المنظومة البيئية للبحث والابتكار وإكمالها من خلال الواحة العلمية بتواجد شركائنا الصناعيين، وهم أكثر من 18 شركة في وادي الظهران للتقنية، وواحة الأعمال كذلك، والتي ستستكمل قريبا بإذن الله. والهدف من ذلك كله هو إخراج رأس مال بشري يتسم بالاستقلالية في التفكير والنقد الفعال والتعلم الذاتي والمستمر، وممكن رقميا وواعيا اجتماعيا، وذلك للمساهمة في الاقتصاد الوطني الرقمي المعرفي. اسمحوا لي أن أستعرض في عجالة ما عملته الجامعة، حيث حدثت الجامعة جميع برامجها الجامعية، وهي أكثر من 25 برنامجا جامعيا، بحيث تكون البرمجة الحديثة وعلم البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي متطلبات أساسية لكل التخصصات. استحداث أكثر من 35 تخصصا دقيقا في البرامج الجامعية، وما يقرب من 40 برنامج ماجستير، وكل ذلك لخدمة سوق العمل بشكل مباشر. إعادة هيكلة واستحداث مراكز بحثية بما يقرب من 20 مركزا في مجالات مهمة للاقتصاد الوطني. استحداث برامج ومبادرات لتفعيل دور الابتكار وريادة الأعمال للمساهمة في نقل الأبحاث المؤثرة إلى المجتمع والاقتصاد الوطني. تمكين المرأة من خلال قبول الطالبات في البرامج الجامعية وبرامج الماجستير والدكتوراه، وخاصة في التخصصات الهندسية التي تتميز بها الجامعة، وغيرها من البرامج والمبادرات، والتي كان آخرها استحداث برنامج ماجستير في الدراسات غير الربحية بالتعاون مع جامعة إنديانا، والتي سيطلق قريبا بإذن الله. أيها الحفل الكريم، مرة أخرى أكرر شكري لضيوف المنتدى وجهاته الداعمة، وأسجل تقديري لوعيهم بأهمية المنتدى ومكانة الجامعة التي تنظمه، ودوره كخطوة مهمة على صعيد تعظيم دور العمل غير الربحي ودفعه إلى آفاق جديدة من التقدم. كما أكرر شكري للجنة المنظمة للمنتدى وكل من ساهم في الإعداد لإنجاح هذا المنتدى. وفي الختام أدعو الله العلي القدير أن يحفظ خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز وسمو ولي عهده، وأن يديم على بلادنا أمنها واستقرارها وعزها في ظل القيادة الحكيمة لحكومتنا الرشيدة. نعم المولى ونعم النصير، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
والآن يتم تكريم الشركاء الاستراتيجيين للمنتدى العاشر، مؤسسة سالم بن محفوظ الأهلية ومؤسسة سالم بن أحمد بالحمر وعائلته الخيرية، من قبل سعادة نائب رئيس الجامعة. فليتفضل الأستاذ أحمد بن سالم بالحمر رئيس مجلس الأمناء لمؤسسة سالم بن أحمد بالحمر وعائلته الخيرية، والرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة سالم بن حمر لاستلام الدرع. فليتفضل المهندس ممدوح الحربي الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة سالم بن محفوظ الأهلية لاستلام الدرع. نقدم لكم الآن عرضا يوضح أعمال وإنجازات المنتدى.
خلي شو اسمه نكرم الضيوف بعدين نخلي
ما عندي
هذول هم المتحدثين ناديهم واحد.
أوكي. نقوم الآن بتكريم المتحدثين لهذه الدورة. فليتفضل السيد مارك سالوي. فليتفضل السيد مايكل دوغان. فليتفضل السيد باربهات لاب. نتوقف في استراحة.
لا زوران، يا هذا في زوران، اقرا اسمه زوران.
هذا بكرة.
لا اليوم كلهم نكرمهم.
أوكي. فليتفضل السيد زوران بولجيك.
اوكي. وين اشرف الرجال الاسود؟ ساشا
الحين نقول دوين وكريم بس خلاص آخر شيء. فليتفضل السيد دوين آشلي. فليتفضل السيد كريم سياد.
ما حد قال لي فيديو شغال.
نتوقف في استراحة قصيرة لنبدأ أول جلسات المنتدى في تمام الساعة 10. الأخوة الأخوات الأعزاء، يوجد أكل وأشربة في نهاية المسرح من الخلف.
كرسي مفروض هنا. هذا البادي مو المفروض يتحرك. بدل ما يقول لك sampai lewat lagi.
Do speaker notes? Yeah, but I never use them. It's funny because actually we're on here. They translated the speaker notes. Last time we had to do full speaker notes, and then they translated them all. It was a wonderful deck. It was wonderful.
طيب يكون عندك سبيكر على الريموت ها؟ لما بيسأل طيب هو المايك حيلبس المايك عشان يبغى يتحرك هو.
We use Google Docs and all that. We use any Microsoft products, so it's I like it. Yes, it's nice. We use lots of nice shiny pictures to try and get people. Trying to slip in a bit of one picture of the Saudi runner. I wasn't sure how those slides would go down, but that's good. This is my. I met him actually yesterday, so I'm pretty. Sounds good. Where do you start?
As you noticed, you will see your original presentation, the Arabic translation is here. So this is the Arabic translation.
Wow.
We were trying to also to use this one to present the English slides. So authors would like to maybe follow up, but they can immediately
Because we were called non-profit fundraising and management. I'm like, what does that mean? Although my title, because it's a new thing, you end up with very long titles. It's just, and the longer your title, less important you are. So I'm hoping over the next few years, we simplify it as these roles become normal.
And you notice the remote that you have,
Yes.
gonna switch both the Arabic and the English at the same time.
Amazing. Great.
So waiting for the moderator to introduce himself. No. Yeah, we'd like to give you the freedom, but unfortunately they couldn't get. What do you call this mic?
It's a roving mic, a lapel. Lapel mic.
For the moderator to introduce himself.
Okay, so basically I'm just gonna use my papers just to introduce the guy who's gonna introduce you.
The moderator?
Yeah, and then after that I'm gonna close this thing and you take the tape.
That's fine.
Yeah,
لا
دكتور.
actually the moderator will take it.
اه
I just أسأله الحين لما يجي.
اوكي مش مشكلة. So you said you're from Ireland?
No, from England. James Galway. But he's ruined my life because nobody ever gets my surname right. But also in England there's a body of water called Solway. So my name is Salway. They never get that right either.
Could you read me this like this?
I'm just going to get some water. And also, yeah, so I have an odd name. So, how do you want to play this? Do you want me to just talk and then you ask me questions? Or would you like to ask me questions? I'll walk around here.
Watching all videos, it's like people don't really stand. If I want to stand over here, you want to walk, you want to like wave,
I just want to
do whatever
walk.
you want.
So I'll just walk. But then, will you wait until the end? Oh, yeah.
It's like
Relax here and we'll receive
One?
we'll receive questions. I'm not sure if we have a microphone. Do we have a microphone here?
لا اتوقع بياخذون اسئله عن طريق
Through the link.
Yeah, the link because they don't want to get additional questions and also they want to filter the question as well.
So I'll take 40 minutes. Or 40 minutes.
على الساعة 10% تبدأ. لا تنتظر أحد.
انا اللي يبدو شوي بس عشان انت دكتور علي قاعد تخلص.
باللي ما كنت عارف إذا نكرم كل المتحدثين مين يجيهم بكرة؟ كيف يلا أنت بنفسك كيف بكرة يجوا؟
انا ما ادري انهم راح يتكلمون اصلا. ما حد قال لي والله.
وليش أقول لك اتعلم كيف تنطق أساميهم؟
انا على اساس اسميهم هنا. صدق دكتور ما حد قال لي والله.
والله أول مرة أنا كلمتك شوي من أول علي. لا لا خلاص بعدين.
Or should I just do the presentation? I will try. But it's going to be about 35, 40 minutes.
Fine, no.
I would I will try.
So basically, I will introduce him, and then I will disappear. And he will introduce you, and then but he will be there with you. Basically, the people don't worry about them. The same way they will translate to you in English, they will be translating to them in Arabic.
Yeah.
And after that, he will get the questions, and the way they want it to be this year, that he will translate the question for you. So you don't need to bother like putting the headphones or anything. Yeah.
The only thing is your bio, introduction, to be in Arabic, as directed by the team, as well as after the presentation, we'll give just a quick summary in Arabic.
Okay,
Only questions will be in English.
that's fine. That's perfect. And also, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. Hey.
هذا اللي اعطوني اياه. في شيء تبي اشطبه؟ في شيء تبي عدله؟ عندنا دقيقة. دقيقة عندي 5 دقايق. شلونكم؟ أنا شفتك بالفيديوهات القديمة مش أول مرة.
صحيح؟ ايه صحيح. الله يحييك. ما شاء الله.
ما عليك مشاكل ترى. قاص على العالم.
أنا يسامح.
See, this is one code we have. We have one code in KFUPM. Whenever you see someone, you don't say what's your name, what's your age, nothing. You just say what's your ID.
Yeah.
So basically, my ID is 98, means like I entered the university in 1998. It happens that he entered 1 year.
97.
Yeah.
98.
So it's just like 1 year apart. SubhanAllah, yeah. This is the fun thing about this university. And this is one weird thing. Even the Prince Abdulaziz, he said, wherever he goes, he will attract people from the university. Like I remember once sitting in the airport, once inside a plane, once I don't know where. The guy who I feel like I want to go talk with, he ended up to be either a student or a former like alumni.
Thank you. That's really good.
We got you the mic.
That's much, much better.
Brand new one, so don't worry.
Thank you so much. It's just better.
No, I give you the freedom with both hands free for you. You can do it.
And also, I talk with my hands.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's beautiful. Thank you. And also, it's funny, when I asked everybody else, all the other guests said, yes, please.
Excuse me? Won't this like prevent your walking around?
I don't use it.
No, I mean like when you're walking like this, you like bumping.
I don't use it.
Okay.
So all I need is like,
You have them, they got you the mic?
the mic is coming.
So should we wait for the mic or should I introduce? Okay.
No, we wait for the mic. It's fine.
Because see, I will need to talk, then he will talk, and then you will talk. So that will take some time.
Okay.
Because I was instructed to start in the minute.
We're gonna see first.
see, like الحين الدكتور هتان he said start at 10 exactly.
Yes.
So if I introduce you, then you introduce him, he's waiting for the mic. Is that enough? For the mic to come? المايك عشان يمشي الظاهر فيه. بدل ما يمسك اللقاءات السابقة قبل بأربع أيام.
الله يعطيك العافيه يبارك فيك فرصه طيبه.
Just so I can walk and stand.
That the name of the school has been changed. Any reason for that?
No, so I still work for CAS, the business school, but I now work for Baines. So the business school name got changed because of slavery. You know, in the old days, CAS made its money from slavery from slaves. So they had to change the name.
The same school, same faculty,
Same school, same faculty, just changed the name. And actually, across the UK, everybody's changing the name because of the slavery things. It's all changing. No, it's a big story. People think that it's really so in other words, there's more people slavery from America. It's representing them as well. We need to change the names. So you can see it's open the reason why the Bayes was a study session. He said if you get as much information as you can, study session.
same as CAS.
So John Cass, Michael Bayes, different people. So the latest trend is complexity. Before everybody knew what they were doing, now it's like it's complexity. Because of funding, because of government, because of changes in civil society. It's really changing. So it's complexity. I mean, digital is another thing. But Michael will talk about digital. He will say that actually people are starting to just use their processes.
لحظات ونبدأ الجلسة الأولى.
And that's where we
Okay, so we use the microphone, but see, let's suppose by the time I introduce him, he introduce you, that one's working.
That's fine. At least I have certainty. I'm fine. I have the mic.
Sorry for that. نرجو من الأخوة الحضور العودة إلى مقاعدهم. جلستنا الأولى بعنوان مفاهيم حول بناء وتعزيز القطاع غير الربحي، يديرها الدكتور عادل الجزاء القحطاني. يعمل الدكتور عادل كرئيس قسم في إدارة مكامن الغاز في شركة أرامكو السعودية، وعضو مجلس إدارة شركة التحول التقني المعنية بتمكين منظمات غير الربحية تقنياً. الدكتور القحطاني حاصل على شهادة الدكتوراه في هندسة البترول من جامعة كولورادو، وحاصل على شهادة الماجستير في إدارة المنظمات غير الربحية من جامعة ريغس بالولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. يتفضل الدكتور عادل بتقديم متحدث الجلسة الأولى السيد مارك سالوي.
السلام عليكم، صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. في البداية نشكر جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن واللجنة العلمية للمنتدى العاشر للقطاع غير الربحي، ونشكر لكم حضوركم جميعا من مختلف مناطق المملكة، كما نشكر ضيوفنا المحاضرين الذين سافروا من أماكن بعيدة إلى هذا المكان ليشاركونا خبرتهم وتجاربهم في أماكن متعددة. قبل أن نبدأ كذلك أريد أن أهنئ الجميع بقرب قدوم شهر رمضان المبارك، نسأل الله أن يبلغنا إياه ويوفقنا فيه للصيام والقيام وصالح الأعمال. الوقت المخصص لهذه الجلسة هو ساعة، فيها سيقدم العرض السيد مارك سالوي لمدة 35 دقيقة إلى 40 دقيقة، ثم ما تبقى من الوقت سيخصص للأسئلة. أعتقد أن الجميع يفترض أن يصله رابط يستطيع من خلاله كتابة الأسئلة إما باللغة العربية أو باللغة الإنجليزية. في حالة كانت باللغة العربية فسأترجمها للمتحدث. سيكون تقديم المتحدث باللغة العربية، وملخص الجلسة في نهايتها سيكون كذلك باللغة العربية، بينما سيكون توجيه الأسئلة للمتحدث ستكون باللغة الإنجليزية، ويستطيع يستفيد من يستخدم السماعات يستفيد من الترجمة المتوفرة. كما تعلمون هذه الجلسة الأولى هي حول مفاهيم حول بناء وتعزيز القطاع غير الربحي. السيد مارك سالوي يعمل حاليا مديرا للمجلس الاستشاري لمؤسسة مور كينغستون سميث، ومحاضرا في الاستدامة المالية والمشاريع الاجتماعية في كلية بيز بزنس سكول، والتي كانت تسمى سابقا كاس بزنس سكول في جامعة لندن. السيد مارك وفريق عمله في المجلس الاستشاري يتمتعون بخبرة واسعة تسمح لهم بتمكين المنظمات غير الربحية لكي تصبح أكثر استدامة من خلال خطط أعمال متينة وجمع التبرعات وقياس الأثر. يدير السيد مارك برنامج المؤسسات الاجتماعية والاستدامة المالية والتدقيق والمحاسبة لدرجة الماجستير في كلية بيز للأعمال، ويعد أحد الخبراء في مجال الاستثمار الاجتماعي والحوكمة البيئية والاجتماعية، ولديه خبرة في تأسيس الأعمال التجارية الاجتماعية. كان عضوا مجلس إدارة وخبيرا في الأصول المالية، وقياديا لخبرة امتدت 25 عاما، وعمل في العديد من المنظمات والتي منها الأمم المتحدة ومنظمة كير الدولية. طور السيد مارك أدوار الاستثمار الاجتماعي في كلية الأعمال بجامعة لندن على مدار 5 سنوات، كما ساعد في إنشاء مؤسستين تقدمان مساعدات للفقراء، وهما لند وذ كير و WSUP، كما قام بعدة أعمال ومهام في المملكة العربية السعودية في خدمة القطاع غير الربحي. شاركوني في الترحيب بالسيد مارك، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Well, it's a real pleasure to meet everybody today. Assalamu alaikum. It's a real pleasure because this is the 3rd time that I've actually had the pleasure to talk to you. The first time was in Riyadh, and I don't know if any of you remember me, But I had a wonderful time with side meetings. There's somebody there just going, yeah, I remember, yeah. But also with the women's group, you asked me to come and talk separately to you as a group of women. And I saw the energy in the room where people were coming with money, people were coming with ideas, people were making new relationships. It was fantastic, yeah. So my wish for the 10th non-profit sector forum is the same energy. That you go away from here with new energy, new vigor, and you care about civil society and the change you bring about. So I can't stand still. I'm sorry. I can't stand behind here. I'm going to move around on stage. And Abdul, I'm sorry. You can stop me, yeah? So if I go on too long, audience, please just say, please just stop. Don't talk any longer, yeah? Let's have some questions. So if you give me audience feedback, if I say something online, you know, when I'm doing Zoom or something that you like, I get a little thumbs up, a little virtual thumbs up, yeah, or a like. If you want to give me a thumbs up for something during the audience, I get some feedback. Okay, so feel free to just go, I like that. If there's something that you disagree with, please don't do this, yeah? But hopefully I'm going to take you through some thoughts about how you change your organizations for the future. So Vision 2030, when I came last time in 2016, it was an ambition. It's now taking shape. I'm seeing so many more volunteers. I'm seeing so many more civil society organizations. And I worked on the Riyadh Marathon. You know, how do you make the Riyadh Marathon more social? And it's incredible how now that has gone across the kingdom with running groups, some running groups, you know, in small communities, but also in an environmentally friendly way, in an eco way, and also using technology at its heart. So the question now for this forum is, how do we strengthen? How do we build to the future? And I want to tackle the question, where do we want to get to? Because you've got to have a vision, you've got to have an ambition as to where you want to get to try and get there. So I thought that rather than give you some big thoughts about the sector, I'd just take an individual charity. Okay, so this could be any charity, dealing with homeless, dealing with, I don't know, autistic, dealing with education, dealing with selling things. It's all of your organizations. So I'm going to try and make this general, but if you think about it, it could be any of the organizations you work with. So, developing strategy. I came from KPMG Consulting. People made it so complex. Okay, all you need to know is strategy is about where are you now, where are you trying to get to, and how are you going to do that? Okay, so let's just go through those things again. Where are you now? Where are you trying to get to? And how are you going to do that? Now, the where are you now, sometimes you have to look at your organization and just do a little bit of a thought piece. See the circle on the left-hand side there, well, right-hand side in Arabic, yeah? You can see there a number of things you might want to look at to move your organization forward. But I'm not going to talk about that today, yeah? I'm going to talk about the right-hand side, question number 2, where do we want to get to? And then question number 3, how are we going to do that, is all about implementation. It's all about KPIs. It's all about risk. It's all about having the ambition and the leadership, yeah, to be able to do that. Now, I came and did a leadership development program. There are some fantastic leaders in the room here, yeah? And so doing that and making it happen is quite often about leadership. But I'm going to talk about this on this side, so on the left-hand side as we look at the screen. And each of the speakers that come after me, I'm going to give a little placeholder for them so that I go across the group, and we're going to talk about ESG and fundraising. We're going to talk about investment. We're going to talk about technology and fundraising. Yeah? And you've got some wonderful speakers coming up. But I'm going to try and find a placeholder for that. So when I was at the business school, when I was at Bayes, I started to think about how do you create change in organizations? And I looked at the new evolving world of incubators, you know, small business startups. And I've got to say that a lot of students now don't want to start charities, they want to start social businesses, yeah? Where they sell things, but in a way that actually creates social change. At the other side, you have charities that are doing huge things, and I know some of you are from foundations as well,
you know, this helps those individual charities to change. So the first thing is impact. So if you can see impact, which is in the box on the top right-hand side here, start with impact. Start with your North Star, because why do you exist as non-profit organizations, NPOs? It's because you create change for people. Next, you have sustainability. Well, you can't do that for the future unless you actually are sustainable, both in terms of your resources and your money. The next thing, though, is you have to be efficient in that. You have to use your resources in the best way. And then you've got people, leadership, and culture right at the heart of the organizations that makes change happen. And fundraising, which we're going to come back and talk about, which is really important to give you the resources to drive forward. And then, of course, sometimes as non-profits, we get to this place where we have to reimagine ourselves for the future. Okay, so this is the little grid that we're going to talk about, and I'm going to talk our way through this, and we're going to go section by section. I hope you learn from this. Now, Abdul, you said at the beginning, what's the biggest thing we're seeing in the UK now for civil society? And it's complexity. Complexity is the single biggest problem we have in civil society organizations and NPOs at the moment. Why? Because COVID has made our world more complex. Funders have moved from long-term funding to short-term funding. It's made it more complex. Yeah? The world we live in politically has changed. That's made it more complex. And so what I'm really seeing at the moment, you know, when I help charities and I help organizations, is this huge complexity. So hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, but I'm happy to take questions around anything as we go through. So let's go on to the next slide, and let's talk about impact first of all. So impact is the change you create as your organization, attributable to you. Okay, let's think about that for a second. So it's the change you create attributable to your organization and what you do, not to something else. We'll come back and think about that. But the big question I get asked all the time is, how can we balance head and heart? How can we balance the need to make money, in other words, our head, with our social impact, our heart? Okay? So let's have a bit of fun with the audience now, yeah? Who thinks that you can balance that? Who thinks that you can balance that up? Can I just have a few hands in the air, yeah? Who thinks that you can get that balance? Okay, good. So maybe 25%. Who thinks you can't balance that? Okay, maybe about 25%. So there's probably 50% sitting in the audience going, I don't know what he's talking about. No, okay. Santos, who's an academic, has said that you can't balance the two. It's like alchemy, it's like making gold. That as soon as you get it exactly right, it changes. It's no longer gold, yeah? Do you know alchemy, making gold, yeah? Santos said that you create the head and heart and you create this balance, but you're always changing. So as organizations, you're going to have to think about the money, and then you're going to have to think about the social. And then you're going to have to think about the money. And so it's an iterative process. You're going to have to go backwards and forwards so many times. But here's my plea. Here's my want for you. Start with the impact. Because the impact is what you do, is the change you create in the world. That's why you exist. So start with the impact. Have your ambition and your dreams. Don't be constrained by the money. So, for example, in the UK, I was working with a homeless charity. They helped 100 people a year. I said, what's the size of the problem? They said 100,000 people. So we then rebuilt it and we reimagined their organization. Now they're helping 5,000 people. That's a step change in terms of the way that they're doing things, but they had to reimagine the way that they did that. They had to focus on impact to get there. So, I mean, Michael, you're going to talk on the next. I told you I'd give call out to the speakers, yeah? So Michael's going to talk about impact next. But I just wanted to think about impact, and I wanted to think about the change we create. So if you imagine a well in the ground, let's say in sub-Saharan Africa, the well gives fresh water and health, okay? So you have to build it, first of all. The building, the materials, the resources, the inputs, but the outputs from that is fresh water, yeah, is health. The outcomes are the change that that brings. So the change it brings is more time, for example, for people to work in livelihoods to get more money to help their family. The change is that there's a community because people come together round a well. The change is it's safer for women because they're not having to walk miles to go and get water. So actually, a well has huge outcomes. And then what you do is you sum up all of those outcomes, positive and negative, that gives you your impact. Okay? And the impact is the change, remember, attributable to you. So would that have happened in any case? You have to ask that question. Maybe there was a business built up the road, maybe a factory that creates or gives water. So did you really from the well create that change, or was it the factory that created that change? These are the questions you have to ask yourself with impact. Okay, give me a thumbs up if you like that way of thinking, or if you, yeah, okay, good. I've got some thumbs up in the audience. So this chain of impact is really important, and I like to think of this as the tip of the iceberg. We, at the moment, as civil society, as charities, we're thinking about just the top of the iceberg. We're just thinking about the money. We're just thinking about the number of people who ran the Riyadh Marathon. We're not thinking about their well-being. We're not thinking about the change it created in their life. We're not thinking about their families. We're not thinking about health. We're not thinking about the bigger picture. The impact is absolutely profound. So I want to get under the water. I want to talk about the iceberg under the water and the impact and the change we create. So if there's one picture I want you to take away in your mind, yeah, it's the iceberg. We're not just talking about money any longer. We're talking about the change we create. By the way, the translators, I talk very fast. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I hope the translator is keeping up. So I said we'd go around, the circle, but for me, this is the key slide. When I work with social purpose organizations, I want to get this balance right between the money and the impact. And let's face it, if you map it out and you have a square like this, and let's say you have no impact or low impact and you have low sustainability, why are you doing that work? Yeah, stop it. Don't use your resources in a different way, yeah? If you have something in the top which is high impact, but it's not making money, you have to think about how you make more money, how you get that sustainable. Do you use fundraising to drive that and make that sustainable? When you're looking at the bottom left or bottom right-hand corner here, where it's making lots of money, but it has no impact, it has no change, that's the type of thing that rips organizations apart. It's a real tension, isn't it? If it's making money, but there's no impact, there's no change, how do you move that for the future? So we're trying to get to this place. Oh, there was a little dot that comes up, but it's the top right-hand corner. We're trying to get to a place where we're creating impact, we're creating change, but we're doing it in a sustainable way. So that's the end of impact. I mean, Michael, you're going to talk more about it. Others will talk about it during the day. I'm just excited. And also we're going to talk about fundraising in a few slides' time. So, sustainability. How can we become more sustainable? Now, it's interesting. The United Nations, the UN, said that there's 15 different definitions of sustainability. And yet we go straight to financial sustainability. Isn't it interesting? Straight to the money. Yeah. So I'm not gonna hide the elephant in the room. I'm going to talk about the money straight away. Yeah. So we're going to talk about financial sustainability. And this is the moment that changed my life. Yeah. Now I'd love your feedback when we finish this little example. I'd love your feedback if you think it's really good or not. Yeah. Acumen is an investment company that helps really low-income countries. And they had lights, solar lights in slum areas, poor areas. And they took $22.5 million and they bought lights and they put it into slum communities. and they helped 2.65 million people by giving lights away. Okay, by giving lights away. That's brilliant, isn't it? So 2.85 million people got light from the gift that somebody gave from philanthropy. It's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I've got a thumbs up there. That's really good. But Acumen weren't happy about that. They wanted to think in a different way. They took the same amount of money and they invested in some businesses. They employed 12,500 low-income people. Yeah, I've now got a thumb up. Yeah, they built it over 10 years and they shared the information. Some businesses were really good at marketing. Some businesses were really good at the product. They helped 86 million people, and they did it in a sustainable way because the money that they were generating paid for the future. Yeah? It wasn't philanthropy. It was giving people the dignity of work. And I suddenly got it. Sometimes we don't need to do sustainable, in terms of philanthropy, because people were paying for light already. They were buying the wood. They were buying the kerosene for their stoves, yeah? They were providing, for example, their own lights and candles, etc. They just needed to have the money to invest in a different way. So when Acumen bought the units up front and then just asked people to pay a small amount of money, they helped 40 times the number of people. That's amazing, isn't it? Okay? So I want to say that sometimes you just need money to save a life. So in Ukraine at the moment, you can't help Ukraine by, like building a business, etc. You're going to help them through philanthropy and through gifts and donations. But sometimes you need to build businesses to help and give people the dignity of work. So I just wanted you to think differently about philanthropy and your giving. And we're going to come back to innovation because, Dr. Hattan, I want to talk about innovation. Yeah. So just a feedback. Did you like that story? Did you think that was interesting? Fabulous. I've got people in the audience really giving me the thumbs up. Thank you. So I spent 8 years as a finance director, and before that I worked for KPMG Consulting for 8 years, and I never got it. I never understood you have to spend money to make money. Now, in the fundraising world, this is critical because unless you're actually spending the money on fundraising to generate the money, you don't get a return. I never understood it. I kind of left my brain at the door. You know, when you leave your brain at the door, and I thought, because I'm working in charity, it's only philanthropy. I can't think in any other way. When I started to think differently about investment and marketing charities and thinking differently about the way we did things, it changed my world completely. So I hope that's given you a little thought, a little change for the future. But COVID-19 is also something that's changed our world through technology. Yeah, and the speakers are going to talk about technology. The great management guru, Jim Collins, said, okay, what is COVID-19 and how are you going to exploit it for your organizations? What's the opportunity? That's amazing, isn't it? So it's no longer about COVID-19 being seen as this negative thing. It's about an opportunity to build technology, to change organizations. So here's the question to all of you. What are you going to do for your organizations to make that opportunity and that change from COVID-19? So we've gone through impact, we've gone through sustainability. I've probably got another 10 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah, and you're enjoying it. I've got a thumbs up there. Thank you. That was audience participation. Efficiency is the next one round. So I thought I'd share with you efficiency. And efficiency is how do we use our resources in the best possible way? And efficiency could be, for example, environmental efficiency. In the kingdom, you know, environmental, Dr. Hattan, I think earlier on, was talking about water, was talking about electricity, and the, if you like, the way that the kingdom is dealing with those things. Well, you can share that knowledge throughout the world. Yeah, NGOs can lead in terms of renewables. It's a fantastic opportunity. So if we talk about efficiency, people tend to get a bit confused. They go, okay, efficiency is all about effectiveness. Well, no, effectiveness is, do you really help people? People talk about efficiency and say, okay, well, it's all about the money. It's all about buying things better. No, that's economy. Yeah? Economy is how do you purchase in the best way? People say efficiency, that's all about how you deal with people in an equal way. No, that's equity. Yeah? So efficiency for me is all about using your resources in the best possible way. And, you know, just at a basic level, forgive me, it's about systems, proportionate policies, it's about business improvement, it's about using technology in the right way, and it's about green technology as well. So this is the most fun you can have as a management consultant. You get a big piece of brown paper out, you get lots of post-it notes up there, and you map out with people how they do things. And then you suddenly realize that you didn't sellotape it on the board, and so you come back the next day and all the post-its are on the ground. Yeah. So if you ever do this yourself, yeah, remember to get some sellotape and stick the post-its on the wall. But it's great fun because you get to ask simple questions like, who is responsible here? Yeah, who's accountable? Who do we consult and who do we inform? If you haven't seen the Reiki or RACI model, it's amazing because you can become so much more efficient by empowering people. Back to this leadership thing. Yeah? And, you know, you see this mad person up in the top wearing a tie, that's me, going like this, oh, you've got to understand me. Well, no, actually, unless you map out, unless you share that understanding, people don't understand, yeah? So you have to build those relationships. And, you know, as I say, I've had so much fun doing this. But I want to think about, you know, technology in this way. People think that technology is all about efficiency. It's not. It's about also doing things differently. Yeah? And I know, Michael, I hope I haven't stolen your thunder for the next talk, yeah? Because technology can make you do things better. It can, you know, artificial intelligence, I think, is really going to help older people to have, you know, the company and not be so isolated. Technology can enable us to share our knowledge, but it's not about just doing things the same but doing it with technology. It's about doing things differently. And so I put two pictures here. You know, in the old days, a little old lady typing to her loved ones, typing a letter, sending the letter, but not getting instant feedback. Whereas now somebody using a tablet, using an iPad, getting instant feedback, yeah, that's amazing. That's doing things differently. So I've got another thumbs up here. That's great. I mean, I've worked in, you know, age, putting tablets into people's homes. We created change with 100,000 people with Age UK in that way. So these are profound changes that you can have for older people, back to impact. It changes their lives. So I've kind of gone through efficiency, and then we think about people and talent. And none of this can happen without embedding it through the people, through the talent, through long-lasting change, through leadership development. Now, I know that King Fahd University runs leadership development. I know you do a great job at it. It's more important now than ever to be able to lead and to build good leaders. I mean, this is just a model. I don't have time to do change and people properly. Yeah, I really don't. But I've come to learn as an accountant who deals with money, it's all about people and it's all about the change. And so this little model here talks about, are people aware of the change and the need for change? Do they support the change? Do they desire it? Do they want it? You know, have you talked to them enough about it? Do they understand why the change is necessary? Do they have the skills to be able to use the change properly? And have they put the change in place? Are you giving them messages all the time to reinforce and sustain the change that you're going through? Now, this is just so little in terms of leadership. I'm so sorry. I can't talk about everything. Yeah. So other people on the panel will come back and talk about it. I think Dwayne, in terms of fundraising leadership, I mean, you've set up your own fundraising business. I think you brought somebody with you that's going to talk about that as well. So I look forward to hearing from you. And so really that's the people, that's the change piece. But the final thing I wanted to talk about is the innovation, is the imagination, because I think the single biggest problem we have as a sector is with this complexity, we won't reimagine what we're trying to achieve. I really believe this. And if you think about how we reimagine, it's got to be all about the change that we create. Yeah, you can go back and read the slides afterwards if you're interested, but it's got to be linked to the impact. It's got to be linked to the change we create. And Charles Handy, another academic, talked about these curves, talked about these maturity curves. And the maturity curve sees a charity starting here with, or a civil society organization starting with inception, then growing, getting to maturity, and then declining. Well, if you're a non-profit organization or a charity, if you reinvent at the end of that cycle, it's too late. Yeah, you might not have the investment, you might not be able to create the change, and the smallest thing that's going to happen is you're going to dip way down before you come back up again. Now, the really smart leaders in the room will be asking all the time, when do I reinvent? Yeah, the really smart leaders in the room, just to go through that again, will be saying, when do I reinvent? When's the right time? And you can see, if you invent something new or reinvent halfway up the curve, you come up much faster. Yeah? So I'm just appealing to people in the audience, think about that. Ask some really pithy and difficult questions. Are we doing good enough, or do we need to reinvent because we're just trying to do the same thing over and over again? We have to innovate for the future. So we've gone through all of the RISE template. We've kind of come out of the other end. It's a big template. I've put fundraising in there last night so that fundraising had a place. I'm sorry that I'm not going to talk about fundraising. But as I say, all of the speakers are going to talk about ESG, they're going to talk about communities, they're going to talk about the things that are important for civil society. But this is really complex, yeah? You're going to have to manage all of this change. And, when I did the work for Barclays Bank, I've given you the link underneath. I did some work for Barclays Bank, about non-profit organizations, what were they thinking about? And what we learned was that they needed to become more efficient, they needed to become mindful and give themselves the time to think. That's the third bullet point down. They need to use their resources better. But the one that I really didn't expect was they needed to stay focused. Yeah? In other words, prioritize, and ruthlessly prioritize, because you only have so much resource. So in terms of prioritization, I thought I'd just put one slide in. When you're prioritizing your work, I think there are 4 questions. Do you create impact with the work you're doing? Do you have enough money and resource to do that? What are the risks? And then the final one is this doability factor. Can we do it or not? Yeah, I think sometimes you have to come into partnership to be able to make change happen. And so somebody's nodding here about partnership. There's a space, especially with government, where government needs to lead, where NGOs need to be the community voice, and where corporates need to take the risk and the investment and the capital. So working in, for example, water in sub-Saharan Africa for years, we had to build all 3 of those, bring all 3 of those together to have conversations. And with the Somali government at the moment, I'm talking about long-term interventions, and we're talking about humanitarian aid, and we're talking about how do we get to this middle bit, which we're going to call durable solutions, yeah, which is not humanitarian and is not long-term development, but is something different. And how do we bring government, how do we bring corporates, how do we bring NGOs with the community voice into the room to make that change happen? Now, the barriers, I love the Japanese School of Business. By the way, I'm going to go over my 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Abdul. Yeah. I love the Japanese School of Management because they just say, let's remove the barriers, let's enhance the positive, and we'll move forward. Yeah, we'll head towards our vision. So remove the barriers, enhance the positives, and we'll move forward. But I think that quite a lot of us have got too much on our plate. I think that quite a lot of us have no time to think. So I've learned from my journey and helping charities to change and NPOs to change, what are you going to move off your table? What are you going to do less of? Yeah? What's the must-do items you must do, but what are the things you're going to stop doing to give yourself that time to think? And also, what quick wins can you get on that journey? So anyway, those are just my priority thoughts. I kind of wanted to finish this talk with one slide then, which is, we've talked about an individual charity, we've talked about an individual organization, but in this room we've got huge numbers of foundations, we've got government, we've got all of the people supporting and providing the infrastructure for the sector. So what is it you're going to need to do to support MPOs and to support the move towards Vision 2030? Well, the first thing is you're going to need good leadership development. You're going to need money in each of these areas. So impact, sustainability, efficiency, reimagining, and people and change. So we're going to need the funds to be able to change. And we're going to need great leadership development to enable that. You need to develop an investment mindset. In other words, if we're investing now, we can help more people for the future. So, for example, if we invest in, tablets for older people, they're no longer so isolated. You buy the tablet, you save that person's mental well-being for years for the future. It's an investment mindset. We need to form different relationships. I'm going to get the thumbs up again from the person who gave me the thumbs up before. Government, commercial organizations, MPOs. And then the final thing is we need to share our knowledge, but in a Saudi capacity. It's my plea that, I'm a person who comes from London. I'm happy to help you share, but in the future, I want to build a capacity for management consultancy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia so that Saudi people can help themselves. It's just what I believe in every country around the world, people should help themselves. And you may look and say, you're doing yourself out of a job. Good. In the end, yeah? It's the long-term investment mindset. So go, be brave, change the world, yeah? You're all fantastic, you're great leaders. I know that, having given my this is the third time I'm back. I just know that you're making huge change. And, with my work on the Riyadh Marathon, for example, and running groups across the country, this Saudi is changing, the kingdom is changing profoundly, and I'm just excited to be part of that. So thank you very much.
نشكر السيد مارك على هذا العرض الشامل، وشكرا لكم على حسن استماعكم. سأحاول أن ألخص أبرز ما جاء في العرض، لأنه ما شاء الله عرض شامل وغطى العديد من النقاط والمواضيع. في هذا العرض السيد مارك هدف لتقديم بعض الآراء والمفاهيم حول بناء وتعزيز القطاع غير الربحي. من الأسئلة الثلاثة: أين نحن الآن؟ وكيف سنعمل ذلك؟ وأين نريد أن نصل؟ قد ركز على إجابة السؤال الثالث من خلال استعراض نموذج التغيير رايز. كما سمعتم يتكون النموذج من عناصر أساسية، وهي الأثر وإعادة تصور المستقبلي والاستدامة والكفاءة، مع التركيز على عنصرين قد لاحظتم أنهم تداخلوا مع أو تسببوا في أو يتسببون في إنجاح النموذج، وهم جمع التبرعات والقيادة. وفي كل عنصر وضح السيد مارك المقصود من كل عنصر وطرح بعض الأمثلة. في ثنايا العرض عرج على ترتيب أولويات المنظمة وما هي الأسئلة التي تحتاج أن تطرحها على نفسها، ووجه نصائح للمنظمات بأن يكونوا أكثر كفاءة وأكثر تركيز وأكثر انفتاحا على التغيير وأفضل استخداما للموارد. وفي ختام حديثه شارك مرئياته حول مستقبل رؤية 2030 للقطاع غير الربحي ومنظماته، وطالب بتطوير قدرة القطاع في الجانب الاستشاري. أأمل أن الرابط يعمل. لا أعلم إذا كان يعمل الرابط أو لا يعمل. طيب، أنا لم أستطيع أني أقرأ الأسئلة لأن ما اتضح لي أي سؤال هنا في الرابط اللي موجود عندي. أيوة، الرابط الثاني الخاص ما أشوف فيه الأسئلة. فإلى أن يعني يتم إصلاح الإشكالية هذه عندي بعض الأسئلة أو نفتح المجال للمشاركات من الجمهور لايف يعني. طيب. Until it seems there is some technical issues in the link. So I would like to start with the question on the model. Okay. If I ask you at which conditions the model can be applied, does it require a certain maturity level for the organization? Which limitation does it have?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question, in that I've used the model now for about 200, 300 organizations. And I've never found an organization that can't use the model. But what I have found is that people have used it in a very cursory way, a very high-level way. And they've not explored the why questions. Now, one of the things you should always question to get to the root cause is why? Forgive me, yeah? It's 5 levels of why. So the first level, the second level, the third level, the fourth level, you'll ask different types of questions to get to the bottom, yeah? So I'll give you a real simple example. You have a funder, and the funder says, we'd like to pay you the full amount of overheads, but we're not giving you the full money. Then you ask the question, why? Well, we didn't know how you did overheads. We've not had that conversation. Why? Well, we didn't put the time into having that conversation. Why? Well, we didn't think it was important. We didn't build the relationship. Why? Because we saw you just as a one-off money. We didn't see it as a long-term relationship. So where I've seen the model really not work is where you don't spend the time to ask yourself really good questions. And I think leadership is about asking really good questions. I think the model works for any organization at any time. I think it's just a general model. But I do think it doesn't work when you don't ask good questions.
Okay, great. A question here from the system. From your experience, why there is really some organizations, very hard for them to balance between the sustainability and the impact? Yeah. What's the reasons for that?
I think this is a truly great question. Yeah, because why is it so hard for some organizations to balance this off? I think comes to the heart of what we are as a sector. Some people are driven by a passion for what they do. Yeah, so founders set up things. Founders set up organizations because they believe in a passion. I don't know, let's take an example of animal welfare. Somebody believes in animals so much they set that up. But if they can't take people on that journey, yeah, it becomes a lone voice, or it becomes a voice with no money and no infrastructure. I think you have to be able to articulate the change you want to bring about in the world. When you actually are then able to articulate it, you have to build the money behind that in a sustainable way. And lots of people set sail, realize that they're going to try and grow, and then get to this point which we call the valley of death. Yeah? The valley of death is where you grow. Suddenly you've got no money to expand. And my learning is it's because people haven't built the infrastructure, yeah, and haven't thought about the money to build the infrastructure. So my one learning would be, where do you get the infrastructure money from? Get that sorted, and then the rest of the model will grow with it. And then once you come out of the valley of death, once you come out of this dip, you then grow successfully because you've got your model sorted. And then people will give you money, you can fundraise, people will invest in you, you can use all the tools. But it's that infrastructure piece which is quite often forgotten about.
Can you please emphasize or elaborate more on the spending more money on the infrastructure, giving examples, real examples?
Yeah, so a real example is, for example, an IT system, or let's say a finance system. If you can't get management information every single month from your numbers, your system isn't good enough. It's simple. It doesn't have to be complex, but it has to be good enough. Equally, if you don't have impact figures, you know, how many people have you helped in terms of outputs and the change that it's created in terms of outcomes every quarter, then you can't take decisions. So back to that grid, you know, where we've got impact and we've got, you know, the resource. You have no understanding if you're making a money against your activities, but equally you have no understanding if you're making a change with your activities. So I think you have to have money and numbers every month. I would like the impact numbers every month as well, or sorry, the outcome and output numbers every month. Maybe that's not possible. So let's say every quarter, but if you haven't got that information, you just can't take decisions. Does that help?
Well, I think so.
I'm trying. These are big topics. I've got a thumbs up.
Audience, they are interested to hear more examples from those organizations who applied the model that you just explained and how they applied it, if it is successful or not successful, why it became successful.
Yeah, it's a really good conversation. And let's take one charity that I took through this, which is in the UK, there is Age UK, which is the biggest age organisation. They were having a problem where their money was always provided by government, and they needed to change to start to trade, to start to make money, and to sell things, but they didn't know how. They didn't know how to do it. The problem was that there were so many different conversations in the room, but not one binding conversation. So the RISE framework gave a place for the finance and the resource and the people, you know, the infrastructure people to come into the room. It gave a space for the monitoring, evaluation, the impact focus people to come into the room. It gave a focus for operations. It gave a focus for those worried about reimagination. It gave a focus for those people that wanted to talk about fundraising. What I really learned is it created the conversation. And then what they said is, wow, you know what, we've done our analysis. We thought it was about, let's say, money. It's not, it's about impact. And they created 3 key questions then they went back as an organization to focus on. Unfortunately, COVID got in the way. You know, coronavirus got in the way, so they couldn't complete it. But it was a profound change. Another charity that I worked for, maybe not the best example, but they closed. They said, actually, we can't get the resource, we're not having the impact, we want to give our money on to another organization who can do better than us, and they closed. They took that decision from the work that we did, yeah? So that was a humanitarian organization. Different organizations will use this in different ways, but I think it's about having really good conversations.
And asking more whys.
Yeah,
right?
Asking more whys, and also asking really smart questions.
I'm not sure, I'm stopped receiving questions here. I'm not sure it's because of the system or we don't reach it, but I have still many of questions. One of it, you know, from your experience in providing consultation, okay, to those who started using the model, okay, what are the key challenges when they want to start it?
Yeah, so the key challenges is taking the first step. It's simple. You have to have some model to come together to have the conversations. But unless you have a model, people will say, oh, I think we need to go this way, we need to go this way. There's no common conversation. So it gives a model around that. And then back to the Japanese School of Management, many organizations will say, we can't do this, and they will put up barriers. What I found is that you can move those barriers aside by saying, yeah, but if we could do this, would that make the change? Yeah. So in other words, you can't do it now, but what would we need to do to remove those barriers? And do we have other energy? Do we have other positive forces to move us forward? So I think that it's about the barriers, it's about the conversation. And also, people talk a lot about risk. They talk a lot about, oh, it's going to be very risky for us as an organization. I want to turn that conversation around and talk about risk appetite. Yeah, in other words, you need to do this for the future of the people you help or the environment you help. Secondly, you need to do this because it's important, and can you afford not to change for the future? So sometimes you need to ask the negative as well, and just push any negative image out of the side of the model and then move forward.
Okay, one more question about, when you start your presentation, I think there was a question how we can develop the sector for the future. Okay, if I start using the words of the question, now when you say we, okay, before we talk about the sector, let's talk about the organization. When you say we, who are we?
So that's a great question, because we is both internal, external. I see this as very viral. Yeah. So for example, I know that people come to conferences and they listen. They don't take away very much. It's something that some people learn in this way. Other people don't learn in this way. So we need to have, for example, talking groups. Yeah. So I'm really happy. On the last day of the conference, we're going to come into workshops so that people can talk and they can learn from talking. Yeah. I think sometimes we need to learn from each other. I think sometimes we need to learn from external audiences. But for me, it's very viral because something will suddenly spark. It's like a eureka moment. And then suddenly you've got your imagination and your inspiration to move forward. It's how do you create more of these eureka moments?
And in the organization, who's taking more responsibility on this? Is it the board? Is it the executive director? Is it the regular employees?
So the Charity Commission in the UK is the governing body for all charities. The Charity Commission says you have to be three things. You have to be legal and you have to do things in a legal way. You have to be strategic and you have to have a strategy. And then they say you have to be reimagining your organization. So it's the board's responsibility. It's the board of trustees' responsibility. Now, in reality, it never is. It's the questioning CEO. It's the leadership team that come together to say, we need to imagine for the future or reimagine ourselves for the future. So it should be the board. It never is. Yeah, it's pretty much always the chief executive and somebody in management that leads that thinking. So don't be afraid from a board to say, hang on, are we doing the right thing? Do we need to reimagine? So the board can ask really smart questions to make that happen.
Okay, that's great. Do you have any examples of an organization that the board is very effective and they were able to ask the right questions and they influence the organizations to become more sustainable?
Yeah, so Lend with Care. The board said, we need to help more people in low-income countries. But people in the UK don't want to give their money to low-income countries. They want to give their money to, I don't know, for example, themes in the UK. So we needed to build something that enabled people in low-income countries to have a voice. So Lend with Care lends a small amount of money. When the money comes back, but before the money's lent, you can see the story of the people receiving the money. That builds the confidence that you're giving it to the right place. It was the board that asked the question in the first place. How can we do better? Yeah, what do we need to do to change the needle? And do you know what? The board actually said, here's £75,000 for you to go away and work up an idea to change our organization. And what happened was, as soon as we went on the journey of telling people about how difficult it is to help low-income population, we got so many more donations. We saw our donations accelerate so fast because we were helping people to understand and we were having really good conversations. It was profound. Yeah. So it was the board that drove that, and it was the board that saw that.
One last question before we conclude this beautiful session. One is asking about, he said sustainability, or she said the sustainability is like a term we start using it heavily these days, and return on investment, etc. But do you agree in the fact that there are some projects or some programs you cannot apply, the return on investment, is it? If this is the case, how this model can help?
It's really interesting. That's a great question, because I have 3 social return on investment, let's call them impact practitioners, who work out the impact, and we were asked to work out the impact of a religious television channel. Now, we thought we couldn't do that, and we came to a figure. So there's nothing that I haven't seen so far where you can't articulate the amount of money generated in terms of social value against the money that you spend. But I do think sometimes, for example, in humanitarian aid, when we're giving aid to Ukraine, sometimes we ask too many questions about the value, and sometimes we don't get on and save a life. Yeah. So I think that's where you really do need to just say, okay, here's philanthropy. We trust you as an organization. Go and change the world. Go and save a life. So it's a great question. I haven't seen any organization yet where you can't value that.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Mark. شكرا للجميع، ونشكر السيد مارك على إجاباته للأسئلة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الشكر الجزيل الدكتور عادل، والشكر للسيد مارك. موضوع جلستنا الثانية: أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030، حتمية إدارة الأثر. يديرها المهندس مهند مفوز. تخرج المهندس مهند من جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن كمهندس صناعي. عمل المهندس مهند كمستشار متفرغ وغير متفرغ للعديد من المؤسسات غير الربحية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وكذلك في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، ومن أهمها أرنوفا ولوثر لخدمات العائلة والأطفال. حصل على شهادة الماجستير في تخصص الفنون في العمل الخيري من كلية ليلي للأعمال الخيرية، كما حصل على شهادة المحترف في إدارة المؤسسات غير الربحية من كلية أونيل إنديانا، وكذلك على شهادة التدريب المحترف من كلية الأعمال بايس بلندن، وكذلك شهادة المدرب المعتمد من جامعة إنديانا في تطوير الموارد المالية. عمل المهندس مهند كرئيس تنفيذي ومن ثم عضو مجلس إدارة لمنظمة فنار، وهي منظمة غير ربحية سعودية تابعة للمحقية الثقافية السعودية في أمريكا. كما أدار المهندس مهند عدة مشاريع، من أهمها مشروع المعايير والمؤهلات الوظيفية في القطاع غير الربحي ومشروع مختبر الأثر. ويعمل حالياً كمدير للعمليات في أكاديمية الفوزان لتطوير قيادات المؤسسات غير الربحية. يتفضل المهندس مهند بتقديم متحدث الجلسة الثانية السيد مايكل دوغان.
بسم الله الحمد لله الذي لا تفتتح الكتب إلا بحمده، ولا تمنح النعم إلا بكرمه ورفده، وأصلي وأسلم على رسولنا أجمعين محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. حياكم الله مجددا في المنتدى العاشر لتطوير القطاع غير الربحي. وأشكر في البداية مؤسسة سالم بن محفوظ الأهلية ومؤسسة سالم بالأحمر على دعمهم السخي لإقامة هذا المنتدى، كما أشكر جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن ممثلة في اللجنة العلمية واللجنة المنظمة لهذا المنتدى الذي أتم بفضل الله عقدا كاملا من الزمان، ونسأل الله عز وجل أن يستمر إلى الأبد. في عالم متسارع أصبحت فيه التقنية جزءاً لا يتجزأ من حياتنا. هي لم تعد في المصنع أو في المستشفى أو في مراكز التحكم فحسب، بل أصبحت لصيقة لنا حتى في أكثر اللحظات خصوصية. وفي ظل الصراع الدائر بين أنصار فكرة التكنولوجيا سهلت حياتنا ومعتنقي فكرة التكنولوجيا زادت حياتنا صعوبة، تتجه كثير من المنظمات غير الربحية إلى رقمنة عملياتها وإدخال التكنولوجيا كميسر للكثير من المهام. وفي المقابل تجد أن الكثير من المنظمات أيضاً يفضلون أن يصرف كل ريال لخدمة المستفيدين بشكل مباشر ولا يستثمر في التقنية. هل أصبحت التقنية ضرورة ملحة أم ترف كمالي؟ في ديسمبر 2021 نشرت هارفارد بزنس ريفيو تقريراً تشير فيه، كما ذكر الأستاذ مارك سالوي، تقريراً تشير فيه أن توجه العالم نحو التكنولوجيا زاد بشكل رهيب منذ بداية الجائحة، بما ذلك في المنظمات غير الربحية. على سبيل المثال، تم استخدام الروبوتات من قبل بنوك الطعام لتغليف الطعام وتقديمه للمحتاجين خلال فترة الجائحة، كما استعملت الروبوتات أيضاً لتقديم المشورة القانونية والمشورة الصحية للمشردين، كما استعملت أيضاً برمجيات الذكاء الصناعي لجمع التبرعات وتحديد المانحين المحتملين بل والتواصل معهم. ضيفي هو السيد مايكل دوغان، مدير تجربة العميل أو CXO وخبير استراتيجيات المنظمات غير الربحية في شركة سيلزفورس، وهي شركة أمريكية متخصصة في مجال البرمجيات السحابية، لها أكثر من 50,000 عميل حول العالم. يعمل مايكل على تطبيق الحلول الرقمية لحل التحديات الاجتماعية وتطوير وبناء القطاع غير الربحي لجعله أكبر. من خلال عمله مع الأمم المتحدة وكبريات المؤسسات غير الربحية في العالم، يساعد مايكل قيادات المؤسسات على إدارة التحول الرقمي لتعظيم أثرها الاجتماعي. يحدثنا مايكل عن محورية التكنولوجيا في تحقيق الأهداف والأثر المنشود للمؤسسات ذات الأثر الاجتماعي بشكل عام، سواء كانت مؤسسات أهلية، منظمات غير ربحية، أو حتى جهات حكومية تنظيمية للقطاع الثالث. سيتحدث بعدها عن منهجية إدارة الأثر، وهي منهجية ابتكرتها شركة سيلزفورس لإدارة ومتابعة الأثر الاجتماعي باستعمال التقنية. فليتفضل مشكورا. Stage is yours.
Just check this. So, good morning, esteemed attendees. I'd like to thank Dr. Ali Shaki and the KFUPM faculty for the opportunity to speak today. Shukram. I feel I need more of an introduction than Mark. My name is Michael Duggan, and I lead the International Industry Advisory Practice with Salesforce.org, the non-profit part of Salesforce. I'm a computer scientist by background, but I've worked for the last decade in the humanitarian sector in various leadership roles. The last organization being Oxfam International. I've worked in both digital, strategy, and shared services roles. I've also served on a number of boards, such as Secretary of the Board of NetHope, which is an alliance of the 64 largest international non-profit organizations and the broader technology sector. My title may cause confusion. It's a digital era title. What I do is I convene stakeholders in the sector, especially from the larger United Nations and international organizations, around our shared digital needs to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. I also translate those needs into points of view around the change needed in the sector to drive impact, particularly digital change. And finally, I lay out a strategy for Salesforce in terms of how we build software for the nonprofit sector, solving those needs, such as raising funds, running programs, and measuring impact. I'll also apologize in advance. There are now 4 languages in this room: Arabic,
English, technology, and a completely new language called non-profit with its own words and terminology. So very briefly, Salesforce is a publicly traded company, so I just need to give a quick reminder that I may be making some forward-looking statements, and you should base any potential purchasing decisions with Salesforce on products and services that are currently available, not that I'm here at all to sell anything. So to start, who are we and why should you listen to us? We're a technology company. What would we know about nonprofit? Well, we're salesforce.org, and our purpose is to power your purpose, no matter the size of your organization or the problems that you're trying to solve in our connected world. We believe that by putting the right solutions in the right hands, technology can help all of us work together to make the world a better place. We are an original ESG organization. We were created at the same time. Do I need to just tap this up? There we go. Sorry. We were created at the same time as Salesforce was founded in 1999, when our founder, Mark Benioff, devised the 1-1-1 model, where we gave away 1% of equity to solving nonprofit problems, 1% of all of our product, and 1% of our time was given to delivering nonprofit impact. Our founder, Mark, jokes that was very easy to do when his startup was worth nothing. He had 5 employees, but now we're 72,000 employees with revenues of 17 billion. So we're one of the largest software companies creating software specifically for the nonprofit sector, including most of the UN agencies and most of the global nonprofit brands. In fact, we provide technology for 52,000 nonprofit organizations. Moreover, we create a specific program for smaller nonprofits called the Power of Us program that has given eligible nonprofits and educational institutions access to 10 free Salesforce cloud licenses, access to pro bono assistance to make it work, on-demand training and resources through a Power of Us hub, and deep discounts on additional subscriptions, products, and services from Salesforce. I guess the point I want to land now is that even the smallest nonprofit has access to the same technology as Saudi Aramco. This was unimaginable 20 years ago, when this type of software would have cost many millions of dollars. I think the really important message is that access to digital technology no longer holds nonprofits back. It's actually the effective use of technology that is proving the greatest challenge, which I hope to address today. At Salesforce, we're committed to helping nonprofits and educational institutions maximize their social impact. As a company, Salesforce gives away about 40 million each year through our philanthropy efforts. And last year, we contributed more than $1.5 billion to our customers in the form of free and discounted technology, volunteering, and grants. Indeed, I myself am committed, like all Salesforce staff, 72,000, to volunteer 8 days a year to nonprofit causes. And last year, our pro bono efforts alone amounted to more than 20 million in value. And 87% of our customers, because we ask our customers what our impact is with them, have said it's helped them improve the ability to achieve their missions. And what a variety of missions they are. Defining what a nonprofit is can be a challenge. We serve nonprofits ranging from 2 people to over 100,000 people. We serve nonprofits operating in a single district of a city to global organizations operating in over 182 countries. We serve organizations delivering healthcare, serving the arts communities, helping educate our young, delivering humanitarian aid, and also those foundations that fund the nonprofit sector. So why do organizations partner with us? Well, we build software for them. And we've built an entire technology capability around serving the program participant, for example. Some of you may be more familiar with the word beneficiary. We've now moved to this term program participant because in a digital age, we're finding that the stakeholders and nonprofits are having to engage in a shared journey. The best performing nonprofits will have a 360-degree view of the program participant. This allows your nonprofit to have a single version of the truth in how your program works, and the impact that it delivers. So I'm hoping that's the sales pitch and the introduction out of the way. And our discussion today will be three things. And I'm hoping that we can continue with the Mark's thumbs up idea and see how we pace this. So the three things I'd like to discuss is the digital imperative and the acceleration that's already underway in the nonprofit sector and the outside influences that are shaping this. The role that mindsets play in shaping a successful digital transformation and demystifying that process. Sure that's
يتم التأكد حاليا إن كان إنذار حقيقي أو خطأ في الإنذار. نعتذر.
Oh, it's real.
الأخوة الكرام، نرجو منكم إخلاء المبنى عن طريق مخارج الطوارئ كلا جانبين المسرح.
Testing.
So, 30 or 40? I will give you, don't worry, it's just a small break. You can check things down. Things back? Yeah.
They are on.
نعتذر عن الخلل ونعاود الجلسة الثانية.
version is not working.
Realize we can start then. I'll face off to this side just so I can see what I'm actually, because I'm trying to.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
If you can bring it up there, it'll be great.
Okay.
Okay, I think we'll try and restart because I think we're pressed for time, and I'm hoping that fire alarm wasn't a reflection on my presentation. So, our agenda today, 3 things. First of all, why? The digital imperative. Why are we talking, you know, what is digital driving in our sector, our nonprofit sector? The second is around the digital mindset that you need to have in order to understand how digital will transform the sector. And third is around digital first impact and what it looks like. So we know the 4th Industrial Revolution has transformed society. It's changed how we live, work, and communicate. But our perspective is that we're actually going through a 5th Industrial Revolution now. And this is the impact revolution, a convergence across all sectors around the measurement and management for organizations, businesses, government agencies who are tracking against the sustainable development goals in the 5th Industrial Revolution. That's been one of the transformational things about having shared SDGs. And very similar to the 2030 plan for the kingdom, it involves all sectors. And very importantly, sustainability being that core value. So building on the technologies of the 4th Industrial Revolution, like big data and augmented intelligence, the 5th Industrial Revolution will connect to purpose and inclusivity. It will be built on impact and trust, highlighting the human element that is needed. Sorry, I'm just one slide behind, so I'm going to leave this for a second. So we've all seen how technologies and expectations of the 4th Industrial Revolution have influenced the nonprofit sector in the areas of trust and transparency, stakeholder engagement, and data and intelligence. 69% of nonprofits say demand for transparency from funders such as government has increased. 74% of nonprofits see that supporters and stakeholders want to participate in their work in a meaningful way. 85% of nonprofits think technology is a key to their success. And now, as we face the intersection of many crises, we are experiencing a real disruption at a whole new scale. We see leadership challenges as the sector faces historic layoffs whilst preparing a workforce to work differently if they cannot be in direct contact with the individuals that they are serving. The back office is disappearing. We see fundraising shortfalls in individual giving and increased competition and choice. Our young feel exercised, and funders are shifting focus to address urgent COVID needs. Equality and environmental challenges are brought to the forefront of our world. Our young feel exercised about the world they look to inherit. So how do you continue to make the decisions that put the interests of program participants first and set your organization on the best path to the next normal? How will you be resilient? And, as a biologist, Charles Darwin is often misquoted on what he actually said, it is not the fittest that survive, but those most able to change. So from our perspective in Salesforce, and what we're seeing is that there is a success formula. And what we see is this is the success formula for a sustainable future. It hasn't changed in this new and next normal, but the urgency to do it has. Firstly, you need to be a digital-first organization to drive scale and impact. Secondly, you need a unified view of program participants to scale support and services, or programs to manage logistics, or donors to maximize engagement. And you need actionable insights to know what's working, what's not, when to expand, and when to change course. I think Mark referenced this earlier, that it is important to start to decide when not to do something, as it is when it is just expand. And of course, what impact should you share with your funders? With this formula in place, you've set your foundation for building a sustainable and durable future, a future that is agile and can respond to new challenges and new opportunities ahead. In our digital transformation work with tens of thousands of nonprofits and commercial organizations, we recognize 3 different mindsets. You'll likely go through or even have activities focused in all 3 areas. What we found is that organizations need to decisively commit to move beyond the Renovate mindset. This is very much what Mark was talking about earlier in terms of operational efficiency. A lot of organizations and nonprofits fall into this trap of thinking that technology gets you to do things more quickly, but it's not transforming your organization for impact. Too often, they stay in that mindset, whereas what we think is you need to move to an evolve mindset with a deliberate plan to move from siloed thinking or department centricity and put the program participant or supporter in the center of your digital transformation and impact measurement. You can think of this mindset, the evolve mindset, as a bridge to the future transcend mindset, while at the same time recognizing the reality of where you and your organization is. It doesn't mean that your organization can't have transcend type initiatives. Indeed, it must if it's to have a sustainable future. And everything can't change at once. So some aspects of your organization may continue to operate in a Renovate fashion for some time, driving efficiency and creating value and impact. But we'd love to see everyone evolve into a new way of thinking that can be put towards true transformation. For today, I'm going to focus on evolve and how nonprofits can put the program participant at the center of your organization. So I wanted to discuss an approach created from our 20 years of working with nonprofits called impact management. So what is impact management? Very simply, impact management is when we bring the traditional nonprofit practice of impact measurement and digitally transform it. Very, very simple. But first of all, let's go into some core principles, our core why. And I'd like to think, around the core why of the nonprofit sector. There are many different ways that people can talk about how nonprofits work and how it differs from the private sector, but I think this is the simplest explanation, whether you're a nature conservation, youth employment, or humanitarian nonprofit. Nonprofits exist to create change or preserve something. When we look at Vision 2030, we also see this, whether it is preserving the Sharon Nature Reserve and wildlife, such as the Nubian ibex, or change something like the Roshen communities where high-quality sustainable housing is being made available. Sorry, my device has decided it doesn't like this either. So getting into, what is impact? So the idea of that why, the idea of change is core to the idea of impact. So I like this thought experiment to help clarify what we mean by impact. The idea is that there are 2 worlds that are exactly the same in every single way, except your organization exists in one and not in the other. The difference between these 2 worlds is your impact. I like this because it shows that our impact can be positive, negative, intended, or unintended. Impact is not just what we are trying to do in the world, but the sum total of the ways in which the world is different because our organization exists. So let's now look at the difference between outputs, outcomes, and impact. I'd like to use another thought experiment here and imagine that I'm a coach training people to run a race. Perhaps not the Olympics or Sarah Tar. I'm going to have 3 questions that I look at to really understand if I'm an effective coach or not. The first question is just how many people did I train to run the race? This is looking at how effective I am at recruiting people to my training program. It's an important measure of my success, but one that doesn't tell me how good of a coach I am at getting people to run the race. The second question I'll look at is how many of the people finished the race. Races have goals. My training had the goal of getting people across the finish line. It's another important piece of information, and it gets closer to the impact that I have as a coach, but it is not my impact. To understand my impact, I need to ask the question, how many people finished the race that wouldn't have otherwise? This is impact. It's the number of people that I help get across the finish line. This is the question that will tell me how good of a coach I am. Maybe the people that I was coaching would have been able to run the race just fine on their own and gotten across the finish line without any of my help and support. If my goal is simply to get people across the finish line, then I can't say that I impacted them in the way that I intended to. But unfortunately, impact is something that is hard to measure. When we can observe our outputs and outcomes, we can record with a video camera and all agree on the number of people that ran the race and crossed the finish line. This is why so many organizations and nonprofits focus their data collection efforts on outputs and outcomes. Impact can only be impact can only be estimated. It can only be guessed. In fact, impact measurement is a bit of a misnomer, because impact can't be measured because it must always include the counterfactual. What would have happened anyway without your organization? This is in no way to say that outputs and outcomes aren't useful. All three questions are important and they give us valuable insight information, but it's important to understand the differences so we can be very clear in defining and evaluating our impact. It's also vitally important in order to understand the challenges in digitally transforming your nonprofit. And it's why it's important to understanding this early on. And this is where we see, particularly in nonprofits, which, people have come from the private sector, hugely struggle with this fact that we're estimating the difference that the organization is making. And we tend to go for very simplistic, measures. So our belief at Salesforce is that every organization should be able to manage the impact that they're having in the world. We believe that organizations should be able to see their outputs and impact alongside their operational performance and financial performance and manage them just as well. So let's talk for a minute about what this might look like. There are some core things that we think are critical to organizations being able to manage their impact. This isn't an exhaustive vision of what organizations should be able to do. As Mark said, we don't have a lot of time today, but it represents some early critical steps that organizations can take to help manage their impact effectively. Getting this right is really critical. Many nonprofits jump straight to implementing technology without being able to answer some really fundamental questions around their mission. The first is that organizations should be able to clearly and simply identify what the change is that they're working towards. As we said at the beginning, our organizations exist to create change in the world. Defining what that change is a critical first step. When we work with nonprofits, we often need to help them craft and refine their theory of change and embed that into their program and technology strategy. This ensures that organizations have clarity around what that finish line is, and so they can better measure what their program participants are successfully crossing that finish line. Most nonprofits run on the principle that they raise revenue and resources from the public and institutional donors like government, and then deliver impact via programs. Traditionally, this might have even been through a 5-year block grant with quarterly or even annual reports. But the significant change we see emerging is that both of these revenue sources want to see the impact being delivered before delivering more revenue. We believe that thinking about a positive cycle of increased impact quickly leading to increased revenue is a positive development. It will also reduce the potential for waste in the nonprofit sector. So what does this look like from a digital architecture perspective? I'm not going to go into detail because, this is not the time or place, but it is a question I get asked a lot. Without going into detail, it means bringing together your systems of income and your systems of impact. In essence, your technology architecture should follow your revenue and impact architecture and not the other way around. As we say, do not put the technology cart before your impact horse. And act as one organization, not a collection of siloed systems as we sometimes see. Specifically, aligning your financials to your impact is vital. We also need to think about this as a continual improvement process. Your monitoring and evaluation will tell you what you did yesterday. Your program management will help you manage your programs today. But what has often been missed is impact measurement, which will support adapting programs we are offering today to improve tomorrow's impact by learning from what we've done in the past. A little bit of a mouthful, but it's about trying to predict how you deliver that impact. In effect, being able to predict the impact of your programs in the future will help you allocate resources accordingly. And the three pillars of impact management are continuous evidence building, integrated financial management, and participant-centered program management. Let's break these down. Your nonprofit journey starts with a strategic evidence plan. It then leads to a program inventory and map, and then finally delivers program and organizational impact dashboards. We'll drill into this in 3 stages of the journey. Your strategic evidence plan is where you plan your journey, and it is crucial. I've met many CEOs of nonprofits that want to jump to a dashboard and have to pull them back to how the data for that dashboard will be created. Firstly, establish your theory of change so that you understand what impact you want to deliver and with what group of people. This isn't part of today's discussion, but I will say that having a strong, well-developed theory of change is the foundation of your digital transformation. If this is not settled, then you'll have shifting priorities and requirements for your technology, and this is the root cause of a lot of digital transformation failures that I see in the sector. And yet this is not caused by a piece of software, it is caused by an absence of planning. To Mark's point, the more energy you put in before you start your transformation, the more likely you'll be successful. You then need to build a learning agenda. And we're at a learning event today, but your theory of change is imperfect and will need continual refinement. Becoming a learning culture is one of the most significant indicators of a high-performing nonprofit that we see. Devising a data collection plan for how you'll measure this impact. Many nonprofits are using digital tools like SurveyMonkey. WhatsApp is another one, right through to applications like TowerWorks, which was built by the Grameen Foundation. Finally, you can then align your technology strategy, and I apologize, I didn't note that this was building. Finally, you can then align your technology strategy when you've completed these steps. Depending on the size and scale of your organization, this could be very simple or very complex. The good news is that there is a lot of support out there in helping craft a technology strategy. And of course, many technology companies like Salesforce are creating reference architectures to help accelerate that digital journey. The next step is creating an inventory or portfolio of your programs. By keeping track of your programs, you can present funding opportunities to donors and ensure you're delivering the right impact to the right people. Mapping programs on visualization tools like Tableau can help your staff allocate resources correctly and see where gaps in services exist. Finally, building out dashboards that you can use internally to measure your performance and share with stakeholders like boards, funders, as well as your own management team closes your impact cycle. Again, business intelligence tools like Tableau help you see the impact and allow management to make decisions based on actionable insights. Now, I've gone through quite a bit of content there. The good news is that we have an entire impact management course that's available for free on our website, and it will be part of the pack that you will get after this conference. So now I'm going to start going into some very specific examples of where we have brought this methodology and we've been successful. And I'm going to go at both ends of the scale here. So at the largest end of the scale is Gavi, and this is program delivery with a customer that most of you will be familiar with. And this is a story of how digital can help scale impact exponentially. The Global Vaccine Alliance for Vaccine is a global partnership to deliver vaccines to those who need it most. Since 2000, it has helped 822 million vulnerable children in lower income countries to be vaccinated. It delivers more than it's delivered more than 1.1 billion vaccinations through vaccination campaigns, and it's prevented more than 14 million future deaths. The benefit of Gavi's global immunization programs go beyond simply preventing deaths. Healthy families have greater earning power and in turn are able to contribute more to their communities and drive better standards of living for future generations. To protect the next 300 million children, Gavi not only needed to understand which vaccines are needed where, but also the challenges and issues that may arise in delivering them. Gavi worked with country-based systems and partners to deliver its vaccination programs. To deliver on these ambitious goals, the management team at Gavi in 2016 realized it needed to simplify interactions and processes with stakeholders, such as donor governments, the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the World Bank, the vaccine industry, and of course, the many countries whose immunization programs Gavi supports. Managing such diverse relationships is complex and challenging, and Gavi needed to provide real-time insights into grant applications and renewals to enhance and simplify the process. They built a country portal through which countries can now apply for new vaccine support, report on the performance of vaccine programs, and renew their full portfolio of support each year. Leveraging a platform to run processes and a portal to give people access, Gavi can provide countries with real-time access to their grant status, analyze successes, and make data-driven decisions. Gavi have improved grant application processing by 25%, permitting them to get life-saving vaccines to children faster. To complement the country portal, they also built a portal for partner organizations like UNICEF and WHO, which receive Gavi funds to provide technical assistance. The partner portal makes it easy for partners to report on the progress and performance of their assistance to countries, that is their impact. And all of this was designed before COVID, but with an eye on extreme scalability. The impact has obviously been even greater since 2020 when COVID arrived. In June 2020, Gavi and other partners launched COVAX, a global alliance whose goal is to ensure that in all corners of the world get access to COVID-19 vaccines, regardless of their wealth. It simply wouldn't have been possible for Gavi to respond to COVID at scale without having these digital capabilities in place. So I'm going to go to the 3 key lessons and takeaways from the Gavi experience. The first is to design and build services to scale your impact. Do it right first time with an eye to scaling. And Gavi has demonstrated how you can scale to an extreme level. Secondly, build your services to support consortia such as COVAX. It is rare one organization on its own can deliver all the services to deliver effective impact. Gavi created strong relationships with others like the WHO to build out COVAX. Think outside in, not inside out. Bring your funders into the design and fiscal model to support the digital initiative. Gavi has raised money from governments, but it has also raised it from private philanthropy. They were all intimately involved in the design of this capability, and that was one of the key reasons that they received the funding to be able to scale it. It is also the reason why they got longer-term grants to support over a longer period of time to help that sustainable scaling. So that's Gavi. The next example I want to get...
We are running out of time. So
out of time, okay. I'm going to go at the other end of the scale, which is a very small organization, which was IVOL. And this is an organization which consists of 5 volunteers. And essentially, during COVID, when there was lockdown, there was a realization that there was a need for volunteers, but they couldn't travel very far. In many cases, they could travel only 5 kilometers because of government restrictions. Within 5 weeks, we built out a solution that allowed you to identify volunteer opportunities within that 5-kilometer restriction to support people in local areas. The 3 key takeaways from this: technology available can go from concept to reality quickly if you have a clear understanding of your needs and the problem you're trying to solve. Centered around the stakeholder experience and make it easy, IVOL is easy to use for the general public and small nonprofits with no technology skills. And finally, partner with technology providers who are very willing to support pro bono. There's not many technology companies that I know that don't provide pro bono support. So I'd like to thank you for listening to me today. I'm not sure, do I have 2 minutes?
You have 2 minutes. Okay.
2 minutes. I wanted to land 2 sets of kind of key thoughts as I leave today. The first, the three key observations that I have for nonprofit leaders, and having worked with many nonprofit leaders, is before jumping into digital transformation, decide why it is you're transforming. That why question is really, really important. Have a theory of change for your own organization. Too many organizations jump into spending money on technology and then it fails. So it's a real challenge that I see out there. So invest time, not money, particularly at the start. I also think that the vast majority of the challenge within nonprofits are people challenges. So it is really about working out and understanding of how your people are going to leverage the technology that you want to use. My perspective at this point is that the first person you talk to about digital transformation is not your CIO or your IT director, it's your chief people officer or your HR leader, to ask them, do I have the right skills? I also have a couple of recommendations because we do work with a lot of funders and donors. And really, the first one is I suggest that you encourage and enable your grantees. Provide grants that support digital capacity building, but also think about how that can be sustainable. Implementing digital systems requires ongoing funding. So integrate digital revenue streams into grants. Don't just give a once-off, because what you'll then have is these orphaned IT systems and digital systems. And make sure that you fund important things like cybersecurity and data protection and privacy. And finally, become impact-centered, data-centered. I see some donors, asking their grantees to become digital, but then when I ask them, well, how are they reporting back to you? Well, they send an email with an Excel. Leverage, like if you expect your grantees to be digital organization, then work with them in a digital way. And I think that is it for me.
Please. نشكر مرة أخرى الأستاذ مايكل دوغان على عرضه القيم. تحدث ملخص سريع حتى نختصر الوقت أيضا. تحدث في البداية السيد مايكل عن شركة سيلز فورس والأثر الذي يحدثونه في القطاع كما حول العالم، كما تحدث عن حاجات مؤسسات القطاع الثالث أو الحاجة الماسة لمؤسسات القطاع الثالث للرقمنة اليوم أكثر من أي وقت مضى. ربما أتاح لنا كوفيد-19 الفرصة لنستكشف أكثر التقنية، نطبق أكثر التقنية، لكن كما ذكر من 22 سنة بدأت شركة سيلز فورس تقدم حلول تقنية للمؤسسات غير الربحية. تحدث أيضا عن منهجية إدارة الأثر التي ابتكرتها شركة سيلز فورس وإمكانياتها ومدى تطبيقها وفوائدها، ليس فقط على المؤسسة وليس فقط لإظهار الأثر للمانحين، وإنما استعمال هذه البيانات لصرف موارد المؤسسة في الأماكن التي يجب أن تصرف فيها. في آخر المحاضرة ذكر حاجة المنظمات غير الربحية والمانحين إلى تبني وتطبيق نموذج إدارة الأثر. اسمحوا لي أن أتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية لإدارة الأسئلة، كما أذكركم بأن يمكن لكم أن تسألوا أي سؤال سواء باللغة العربية أو اللغة الإنجليزية على الرابط الذي أرسل لكم. So, welcome again, Michael. So, I would like to start by notifying that I can tell that you are one of the biggest supporters for using technology in non-profit, and that's of course because the difference and the change you've seen in the sector after applying these technology. But let's look at the reality. Yani we know that non-profit tend to operate on tight budget, right? So keeping up with up-to-date technology might seem a little bit prohibitive. And it's stunning to me that you mentioned investing time, not money, and you mentioned the lack of talents, but you didn't mention the money. So where is the problem here? Do we just imagine the budget and the financial resources as a problem in building technology in our organization or technology transformation, or this is just delusion?
No, I don't think it's a delusion at all. I think that the challenge is that people think that there's a problem with money in the wrong place, and that's specifically in acquiring technology. And actually, technology has never been cheaper. We give 10 free licenses to any nonprofit or educational institution. So a lot of the smaller organizations, they don't have to spend very much at all. The challenge is actually making that technology work for them, and that's a cost of people. And that cost is both externally, if you need to bring consultants in, which is why I suggest that you understand if there are pro bono services available for you. We have something called the Power of Us. So as I said, I give 8 days a year to volunteering with nonprofits. And again, for smaller nonprofits, this can very well lead to having a system implemented very cheaply. The other side of it, though, is your internal change, the amount of money that you invest in your people. And actually, frankly, this is where I am most concerned. I'm not seeing nonprofits invest enough in their people, not investing enough in upskilling, not investing enough in getting the right skill sets within their organization. And I actually think that's the real challenge for nonprofits, that starved core. The second challenge I see in terms of the financing of it is the way that funders behave. They like giving once-off grants, and the reality is those once-off grants don't provide sustainable revenue and income from nonprofits to continuously invest in that technology platform they've built. I've seen many organizations get a very large grant, a once-off grant, and they built a wonderful system, but then there was no budget the next year to maintain that system. And my belief is that really we need to see funders beginning to integrate continual flow of funding for digital within their grants. You know, whether that's a percentage or it's a sum every year. I think nonprofits also need to be better at writing in requests for funding for the digital and support side within their grant applications. A lot of funders will look very favorably at that.
Can you give an example of how nonprofits, especially the small ones, could secure budget for digital transformation?
So, you know, there are a couple of organizations that I know that have applied to donors, you know, and, you know, sometimes the smaller donors are actually the most effective ones, particularly ones that, donors that are from mid-sized businesses. They are very happy to provide capacity building grants. So one organization in Ireland which delivers homeless services, Duggan, they have received a grant, a block grant every year to build out a system that will basically track, you know, their program participants. So it's really going to the person in your organization who writes those grant applications and informing them of what you need. An awful lot of IT people tend to want to go and take it from the core budget of the organization, which everybody's fighting around. Spend some time with the person that writes your grant applications. And there are some really nice little courses out there that you can do, which are free, which will teach you how to embed technology and digital into your grant application. So I remember like yesterday during our lunch, you mentioned something. You mentioned that there are some organizations that reach out to you and said, give us the magical touch to be successful, to achieve the impact that we want to see.
Is there such a thing? Or I can say, does digital transformation work for everybody?
I mean, my concern with digital transformation is it's the process, right? You've decided you're digitally transforming, let's do it. And I mean, this might sound unusual because we are there to provide technology and sometimes to sell technology. But I often say, well, why? Why are you digitally transforming? Is there an actual need to digitally transform? And there are nonprofits out there that don't actually need to digitally transform at that level. They're actually delivering a very successful program as is. So getting into the why is really important, and making sure that your digital transformation is tied into your theory of change. So this is why it might seem unusual, a technology company coming to you talking about that theory of change, but this is the mistake that we see nonprofits make. They like to jump to shiny technologies. And, you know, I spend a lot of time with leaders in organizations, and they come to me and saying, I want a dashboard that shows my impact. And I ask, well, how do you think that data is going to get there? And there's a phrase I use, auto-magical. They want to magically get this data into their systems. They haven't thought about where the data is coming from, how it's going to be collected. And they haven't even, in many cases, determined this is the right impact data. Going back to what I was talking to there about impact, you know, management, and trying to measure your impact. There are some things that are very easy to capture, a lot of things that are very hard, particularly on understanding, you know, the difference of your organization being in the world. So trying to have a really well articulated understanding of that. And then the technology transformation is simple, because then you know exactly what you need to do. What worries me is sometimes nonprofits are all over the place. They're spending money here and there. There's a little team that's doing innovation over here. There's a bit, but there's no plan, and the executive director, the owner of the organization, just isn't holding it together because they haven't gone back to the first principle of why.
I see. So, to what extent we can rely on technology to adopt the quick change that's happening? Is there a limitation?
There's no limitation except for the capacity of your people and the regulatory environments that you operate in. Those are the two key parts. Technology has never been more accessible, never been more cheap, never been as cheap. It is the capacity of your people to leverage that technology. And we're seeing incredible innovation out there. And, you know, I spend time in Kenya and in Ghana, and it's just extraordinary what you're seeing, organizations that are, you know, small startups that are innovating in that social sector, and using technology in ways that we never thought possible. So I think it is about your people, and particularly your young people. You know, we talk about digital literacy. You know, the biggest challenge I have for digital literacy is at boards, you know, board level and senior leadership. Young people coming into your organization are digital natives. Listen to them. One thing that I often encourage is reverse mentoring, where board members and members of your leadership team are mentored by people that have just joined your organization. And they'll teach you, you know, how they use technology. It's a very interesting thing to see. But it also helps, you know, put board members and others into the mindset, that digital mindset, and that different way of thinking.
Let me conclude with this question, because I see many questions from audience who are astonished by the services that Force Sales provide, and they are asking if there is a way to benefit from your services in Arabic.
So the Middle East is a new market for us. We are gradually entering into the market. We have lots of services and lots of languages, but we're building up our capacity in Arabic. And one of the things that I do is in these markets that we're just starting in, I just try and understand the needs and start building up, like, what do we need to do to serve it? So we're opening our first office. Well, we've opened it for .org. We've as a commercial company, we've been working with businesses like Saudi Aramco for a very long time. But for the .org side, we're just building up that capacity now.
Thank you very much, Michael. I enjoyed listening to your presentation. I enjoyed preparing for this discussion, and I'm happy to have you here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
You're welcome.
نشكر المهندس مهند والأستاذ دوغان. Thank you very much. نود التذكير بأن المادة العلمية موجودة للتحميل من الموقع، كما نأمل من الجميع تقييم المحاضرات بعد انتهائها. نتوقف لاستراحة الصلاة لنعود بعد ذلك في تمام الساعة 12:45. سيقوم المنظمون بإرشاد الجميع لمواقع الصلاة.
لا خلاص تدبر ان شاء الله. انا اشرح انت الان.
الإخوان الفيديو جاهز يا إخوان في الأعلى؟ بسم الله. موضوعنا للجلسة الثالثة: المرونة في إدارة التغيير. يديرها الدكتور خالد فراتي. يعمل الدكتور خالد أستاذا في قسم الرياضيات في جامعة الملك فهد للبترول والمعادن. عمل كرئيس لقسم الرياضيات ومديرا لمركز القياس والتقويم في الجامعة، حاصل على درجة الدكتوراه من جامعة ديوك في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، وحاصل على شهادة في إدارة الجمعيات غير الربحية من جامعة ديوك، كما يعمل كمستشار لأكاديمية الفوزان. يتفضل الدكتور عادل بتقديم متحدث الجلسة الثالثة السيد بربهات لاب.
السلام عليكم. نرحب بكم في اللقاء الثالث في هذا المنتدى. يسرني الآن أن أقدم الأستاذ بربهات لاب. And let me first خليني في البداية أذكر بعض معلومات عن السيد بربهات. يعمل السيد بربهات أو يعتبر من أحد رواد التنمية الدولية، ويتمتع بخبرة تزيد عن 25 عاماً في هذا المجال. قام بتصميم مبادرات في المجال الزراعي ومجال التقنية المالية في آسيا وإفريقيا وأمريكا الشمالية. وبصفته الرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة جرامين الهند، قاد السيد بربهات تحولاً كبيراً في هذه المؤسسة، حيث تمكنت المؤسسة في ظل قيادته من تحقيق النمو والاستدامة من خلال التنويع في برامجها ومصادر إيراداتها وعقد الشراكات الاستراتيجية وتعزيز علامتها التجارية وبناء قيادات الصف الثاني. يعمل السيد بربهات أيضاً كرئيس تنفيذي لشركتين تابعتين لمؤسسة جرامين تم تأسيسهما تحت قيادته. أدار السيد أيضاً بربهات حافظة برامج بقيمة $100 مليون في مؤسسة ماستر كارد كندا لتسهيل الوصول إلى خدمات الادخار في المجتمعات ذات الدخل المحدود في 18 دولة إفريقية. كما أسس السيد بربهات ودار شراكة مع البنوك والمؤسسات غير الحكومية ووكالات الأمم المتحدة وشركات التقنية المالية لتصميم وتنفيذ حلول قابلة للتطوير لسكان المناطق الريفية وذوي الدخل المنخفض. السيد بربهات خريج المعهد الهندي لإدارة الغابات في مدينة بوبال، وحصل على بكالوريوس العلوم مع مرتبة الشرف في الإحصاء من جامعة هندو. كما شارك في عدة برامج تدريبية في كلية هارفارد للأعمال وجامعة جنوب نيو هامشير ومركز التدريب الدولي التابع لمنظمة العمل الدولية. كما يعمل في مجالس العديد من المنظمات الرائدة في الأثر الاجتماعي، ويشارك وحقيقة استدعى للمشاركة في كثير من المؤتمرات العالمية. السيد بربهات سيتحدث لنا عن موضوع جدا مهم في هذه الفترة، وهو المرونة في إدارة التغيير، تجديد نموذج عمل المؤسسات غير الربحية ومنهجية برامجها لتحقيق أثر اجتماعي أعمق. فيسرني الآن أن أدعو السيد باربات ليبدأ. Please.
Thank you, Shukran. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here for this Nonprofit Sector Development Forum. It's my first time being here in Saudi Arabia. As Mr. Khalid mentioned, my name is Prabhat Lab, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Grameen Foundation India. I have been working in this non-profit social impact space for over 25 years now, across Asia, Africa, as well as in North America. The topic of my talk today is agility in managing changes, revamping the business model of a social impact organization for greater scale and impact. It's a privilege for me to be here and to deliver this talk. My interest generally is always into listening. And when I come to forums like that, my key objective is, okay, how can I listen to and learn from other speakers and experience of other participants? So in that sense, while I'm on this speaking mode right now, I would encourage you to ask your questions so that then we can engage in a conversation. And through those questions, I can learn more. With that background, let me get to my talk. So I don't know how many of you have heard this term called VUCA, V-U-C-A. This is used these days, quite a bit. We live in a VUCA world. VUCA is like volatile, unpredictable, complex, and ambiguous. If you look at last 2 years or last 20 years, you will realize the importance of this term, that we really live in unprecedented time. We are really living in complex times. We are living in ambiguous times. So how do you really manage yourself as an individual, as an organization, in this VUCA world, right? Which is unpredictable, fast-changing, complex. If you started working around the time when I started working 25 years ago, you would have witnessed humongous changes in your lifetime. You would have witnessed computers getting to the workplaces and to schools and in your homes. You would have created your first email ID. You would have seen how the postal mails kind of became irrelevant or obsolete. You would have seen how telephone landlines became irrelevant and got replaced by mobile phones and then by smartphones. You would be accessing movies and entertainment on OTT platforms and not in the movie theaters or on the live television anymore. You would have changed how you access news and keep yourself informed about what is happening in this world. And there are just some examples of the changes that have happened in the last 20 years. So how does one even keep up with all of these changes, which not only affect us as individuals, but also affects at our workplace, in our homes, in the marketplaces? It has implications for how we look at our branding.
Are you moving or switching slides, or you're still in the same slide?
I can do that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, yes, the remote is there.
Okay, right. Yeah, so, yeah, I'll come to that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I was just setting the context, and then we'll get to that. Thank you. So it has implications for how we recruit and manage people. It has implications for how we manage our internal and external relations and communications. It has changed how we engage with our stakeholders. With each passing day, the pace of change is only increasing. So the need to be agile in managing change is more critical than ever before. So today in this speech, I'm going to talk about how we at Grameen Foundation India have managed this process of rapid change and what we have learned from this process. So when I came on board to lead Grameen Foundation India in the year 2017, we had a total of 15 staff in Grameen Foundation India, our balance sheet and our financial position was in a bad shape. Our project pipeline was dry, and we were going to almost run out of business in about 4 to 6 months' time. Our liquidity was running out. Since its establishment in the year 2010, over a 7-year period from 2010 to 2017, we had burnt about $2 million in cash, and we had $2 million of accumulated losses on our balance sheet. Our reserves were nearly zero. Our net worth was nearly zero. So that was the situation where I came to lead Grameen Foundation India. Literally, we were kind of, about to collapse, right? Clearly, our business model was not working, and we were not viable. Besides the fact that we were not viable, our business model was not working, we were registered as a for-profit company, which had a social mission. So in character, we were an NGO, but in legal terms, we were not for-profit company. As a result, majority of our donors were unwilling to work with GFI because, they would prefer to work with non-profits. And on top of that, we had almost no support from our parent entity, which is Grameen Foundation USA, as it was fighting its own battles. And within 4 months of my taking over as CEO, we didn't have adequate funds in our bank account to pay staff salaries on time. The worst fears that a CEO has to deal with had come true. From that as the starting point, today, in 2022, we have increased our headcount to 128, which is an 8-fold increase from where we started. We have expanded our programming across 12 states in India. And if you know about Indian geography, you would know that each state in India is like humongous. We have expanded our programming into various different domains like agriculture, health and nutrition, women's economic empowerment. We have established Grameen as a partner of choice for leading global and Indian donors like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Walmart Foundation, Swiss Development Corporation, GIZ, Amazon, Skoll Foundation, Water.org, MasterCard, Bajaj, Citi, Experian, Total Oil, state governments in India. So all of these are funding our programs today. So from a situation of near financial collapse, today we have an approved project pipeline which covers our next 18 to 24 months of liquidity and reserves. We maintain over 6 months of liquidity in our bank accounts. And we have funding covered for next 12 to 18 months. We don't have to worry about what will happen if we don't get any new funding over next 12 to 18 months' time. So that's the situation today in 2012. In addition, we have incubated a social business within Grameen Foundation India called Grameen Impact Ventures, which is fully owned by us and which today is valued at more than the entire investment we have made in Grameen Foundation India in last 12 years. We have not yet sold stake in this. In due course of time, we will get impact investors come and invest in this. But it is already valued at more than the total investment we have made in GFI over the last 12 years. So what made it possible to successfully turn around Grameen? How was this possible? How did this turnaround happen? There are 2 words which define this transformation: agility and entrepreneurialism. This journey was not easy. Our insights and realization came from very painful and difficult experiences and lessons which we learned the hard way, as I was explaining about the situation we were in 2017. Through this journey, we learned about something wrong with...
It's okay.
Okay, fine, yeah. We went nearly bankrupt and almost collapsed. So what I'm sharing with you today is not only prospective, but it is seeped in experiences and reflections. If I go back to 2017, we faced 3 existential challenges. Firstly, our business model was outdated. There were no takers for what we had to offer. and we did not have a product or an offering that the emerging world needed. Secondly, we did not have the financial resources or reserves or runway ahead of us that would give us the breathing room to re-strategize, come up with a business model, test it and make it work, so that you can take off before you reach the end of the runway. And thirdly, our institutional legal structure was flawed. It was asynchronous with the common institutional and regulatory architecture for the non-profit sector in India and globally. And on top of that, in terms of our programming, in 2017, we were doing pretty much the same things that we did in 2007, so 10 years before that. It made sense in 2007. But in 2017, we were up against a new set of standards for impact and quality parameters and impact measurement. And our program strategy was not geared against these challenges for 2017 because we had not changed, we had not transformed from 2007 to 2017. So how did we get there in the first place? Right? Logically, addressing the first challenge was the most critical, which is to have a business model that makes sense and added value in the world in which we lived. But our difficulty was that we did not even have the time and resources to invest in building that model. The work on building that new business model should have started many years ago, when it was clear from a number of research and evaluation studies that microfinance by itself had a limited or moderate impact on the lives of low-income people. Low-income people needed more than microfinance. Like they needed livelihood development services, they needed skill development, they needed jobs, they needed access to markets in order to change their lives. This understanding was already there in the sector. We, as an organization, did not look at this sectoral learning with agility and continued with our journey in our own comfort zone without taking the pain to question, reflect, and adapt. Questioning is hard. But the hardest thing is to figure out what that change should be. Our partner microfinance institutions had figured out a pathway to scale. Mainstreaming of the sector had opened up, floodgates for commercial capital to get into the sector. As money was pouring in the form of debt and equity from various investors in the microfinance, only thing that microfinance institutions looked at was scale, scale, scale. They did not bother about impact. It was okay for microfinance institutions to not look at impact because they were primarily a social business, a business to begin with. So they can say that, okay, impact comes second. But for us as Grameen, to forget about the impact, the purpose, why do we exist, was, I think, a major, major mistake. When the floodgates of money is pouring in, it's easy to forget about, the purpose, the impact, why do we exist, what purpose we are serving. But for an organization like Grameen Foundation, which calls itself an impact-focused organization, to not pay attention to these was a big problem, right? The perspective for an organization like Grameen Foundation has to be different. We have to continue looking at our impact first and impact all the time. We were, the original proponents of the microfinance model. The microfinance model is called Grameen model around the world. But when the realization came in the external world that it is creating only limited impact, then for us to not come up with a new model or a revamped model which created more impact, which was more purposeful, I think that's where the big mistake was. So it's not a surprise that we had reached a near complete collapse because neither were we creating impact, nor did we have a business model for value creation. So now I'll move to how did we save the day and how did we pivot ourselves. Since we did not have the time or resources to test out a new business model, and we clearly did not have a strategy, the first decision I made was that we will be an out-and-out an opportunistic organization, till we reached a place of safety where we can have the luxury of exploring and choosing. In the initial days, our initial first fight was for survival. I stopped questioning what is it that we want to do, what is it that we did not want to do. We went for anything and everything that would bring in revenue and give us a little bit of lifeline. When my board pushed me to ask for my strategy, my only response was that I do not have a strategy. I have to first fight for survival. When we have a little bit of runway ahead of us, a little bit of breathing space, then we will come up with a strategy. Till that time, we are opportunistic. Right? That led us to jump into many things, often unrelated things. But there was one thing which I was trying to do, is that no matter what we did, no matter whether it works or doesn't work, there's always we can learn something out of that. So the reason why we took those opportunistic stands was simply because we needed to reach a place where saving the organization from collapse was not a concern anymore. And that would give us a much needed breathing space, time and mind space to really think about our business model and our strategy of going forward. As an organization, we worked extra hard, 12 hours, 14 hours a day, with a small staff to start with. We had to write many proposals. We had to go and talk to many donors, fiddling in diverse domains. We looked at enterprise development, nutrition, health, startup incubation, digital and financial literacy, and many more things. We also expanded our work in research and evaluation that we offered as a fee for service for other development organizations. And we had a good network with some of the leading development organizations and also a really hard-working team. So we could develop our evaluation unit as a profit center within Grameen Foundation. And that we could offer as a service to external donors and other organizations, which started to bring some revenue. So these concerted efforts did bring some revenue and also gave us some breathing room, as a result of which we could brainstorm to come up with a new strategy and a new business model. Then I put in practice one thing that Grameen was always good at, but never leveraged enough, which was our research and evaluation capability. We did not consistently use our learnings for our own program design, right? So that's a gap we had, and that we tried to fix. That, okay, our research and evaluation and programs cannot be separate. Our research, evaluation, and learnings have to inform program design. And when we do programs, then we always constantly have to look at what are the learnings we are generating. I announced to the team that besides being an entrepreneurial organization, an opportunistic organization, we must also be a learning organization. Being entrepreneurial and being opportunistic, it was imminent that we will make mistakes. But then, when you're a learning organization, you will not repeat the same mistakes. You will learn from those mistakes and move ahead. So, we embraced informed risk-taking. We agreed to value the lessons learned through intelligent failures. We could now start to put together the straw man for our new business model around things that we knew would work. We were only paying attention to learning and putting learning to use. So that's the first thing you need to have in order to be agile in managing change. Being ready to course correct, acknowledge things that are not working, and have a commitment and a resolve to change things. And be deliberate about learning and being committed to put learning into practice. By putting together our learning from different domains and programs, we finally came up with our own model for future, which we call as Grameen Mitra model. The model was a fundamental departure from our core impact pathway that Grameen had originally started with. The Grameen Mitra model that we have is a micro-franchising model that has two-pronged purposes. Firstly, to drive entrepreneurship and economic empowerment among women from rural and peri-urban areas. And secondly, to serve low-income population with a basket of financial and non-financial services that are curated to meet their specific needs. A Grameen Mitra literally means a friend of the villagers. It's typically a young woman and who works in her own community, who is committed to take these services into her community, and in turn finds a source of livelihood or income working as a Grameen Mitra. The Grameen Mitras are enabled by a digital platform which she leverages to connect the low-income community in remote villages to the products and service providers. So in the previous session, we heard about how technology and digital transformation of organizations has become so critical these days. So there are two fundamental things that we did. We tried to find a purpose. We went after having deep community connect and connecting communities to the outside world by leveraging digital platforms. So in one go, with this change in our business model, we could suddenly add multiple new tools in our arsenal to create impact. We could now offer savings. We could now offer insurance. We could offer assisted e-commerce, skill development, agriculture development services, agri-advisory services, not just microcredit. In terms of positioning and articulation, this was fantastic. Grameen was always known for and associated with Grameen microcredit model, right? Which is basically a product. So in terms of our new positioning, we say that, okay, we are not a product-focused organizations. We are a customer-focused organization. Imagine how powerful that shift, that pivot could be. That for us, customer comes first and customer comes last. And all that we will do will be about creating an impact for the customers. We need to elevate the voice of the customers, and we need to give them wider choices. Instead of we choosing on their behalf what they should be buying, like when you're a product-focused organization, our job becomes empowering the customers, strengthen the agency so that they can make the decisions that work best for them in their individual circumstances. Having a distinct model that we now owned and which had a powerful positioning appeal, we went to the town to start talking about the model with a range of stakeholders. I did not leave any opportunity to talk to potential donors and go and speak at conferences like this, marketing, self-marketing, and to write in our social media posts. While making and announcing these changes, one thing that really helped us was that not to talk about the model or what this model is all about. We focused on the purpose. Why? Why are we doing it? Because we wanted to make it convenient for people to access services that they need and which they can use to improve their lives. Because we wanted to build trust, because that is the fundamental to bringing about any large-scale shift. Because we wanted to remove the barriers to adoption. So why question becomes very important, which connects you to purpose, not what. What we are doing, people don't care. But why you're doing it, the purpose, that's what people care about. Because everyone in this room, for example, is concerned about the same issues that we are talking about. So it builds consensus when you talk about the why, when you talk about the purpose. You don't have any opposition, any much questioning. Whereas if you start talking about your product, then people will question, right? Or your method, then people will question. So that was the fundamental in terms of how we try to communicate, connecting our communication to the purpose. So it's important to remain focused on the purpose. I had started talking about the impact, and then I'm talking about the purpose. In our previous life, we almost went bankrupt because we forgot to talk about our purpose and got focused on the what, the activities. No wonder we had become irrelevant and almost died. This new model did two more things that the non-profits always struggle to achieve. For the non-profits, it's always a struggle as to how do you sustain your impact and how do you scale your impact. So we designed the Grameen Mitra model that can leverage multiple forms of capital. So traditionally, non-profits leverage philanthropic capital. So we said that, okay, we have to have a model which can leverage multiple impact investment, pay for performance kind of capital, and of course, philanthropic capital. By doing that, we suddenly open new doors to attract new forms of capital. As you know, philanthropic capital is scarce, but the impact in capital is humongous compared to the grant or philanthropic capital. So we house the Grameen Mitra model in a social business called Grameen Impact Ventures. That's the venture I was talking about, which is now valued at more than the total investment we have made in Grameen Foundation itself. So besides the change in programmatic model, we also had to be agile in creating an institutional vehicle to take the model to a scale. So from the year 2017 to 2019, over a period of almost 3 years, we fixed our programming, we fixed our institutional legal structures. We invested in building our brand and credibility. We started to build a larger leadership team for taking organizations to its next phase of growth. And it seemed we had overcome all of our existential challenges. And then, COVID. COVID strikes, not just us, everyone in this world. Suddenly, a lot of funding that was meant for development programming shifted to COVID response. As travel became impossible, donors started reaching to those organizations whom they already knew and trusted. Some organizations ended up getting a lot of funding in this time, and many others saw their funding pipeline dry up. Since the donors would not entrust their resources to an organization that they did not know and trust. Fortunately for us, we were ready just in time. So we had, rebranded, we had refocused, repositioned, and did a decent job on, marketing, communication. So donors started to reach out to us, and we attracted more funding in the last 2 years of pandemic than, ever before. And I can attribute this shift to some of the changes in terms of what we did in terms of positioning ourselves, in terms of building our visibility, in terms of branding, which builds an element of trust and familiarity. And when the donors can't go and see your programs on the ground because they can't travel, nobody can travel, they will go to the organizations that they trust. And that's what worked in our advantage. So Grameen emerged as a go-to organization for the donors, especially in that unprecedented times. And that really enabled us to scale our programs big time. Oh, sorry, I should have moved that. Yeah. So this is the kind of content I was talking about. So having a great model is not sufficient unless the world knows that you have a great model. Aggressive and proactive communication push was an important part of the strategy. Effective communication is one of the critical ingredients of managing change. Unless every stakeholder, internal as well as external, knows about the change that is happening and buys into that change, the change will not happen. So effective and proactive communication is the key to agility in managing change. But communication has to be looked at as a two-way process. As we position ourselves as a learning organization, it was equally important that we also listen to our stakeholders about what they thought about our model, what questions and apprehensions they had, and to make sure we came up with the answers. This listening attitude is the first thing to being a learning organization, as listening brings with it humility. It helps you understand the questions and concerns that others have. It helps you uncover your blind spots, and it helps you to improve. This listening and learning attitude helped us to broaden the use cases of our new model. So initially, the Grameen Mitra model was designed to effectively do digital financial literacy. We soon integrated delivery of a number of other financial and non-financial services into the use cases of this model. Then we asked, if this model can deliver financial services to low-income people in rural areas, why can't we also deliver similar services to those households that pertain to agriculture domain in the same geographies? So we added agriculture services into our model, like access to inputs, outputs, digital agriculture advisory into the product basket. When COVID happened, we used the Grameen Mitra model to build COVID awareness and address vaccine hesitancy in the communities that we worked in. The Grameen Mitra was not developed for those outcomes, but by asking, why can't Grameen Mitras also do this? We were able to test out the model for a much larger number of use cases. Not all of them were equally successful. For example, we tried to use the Grameen Mitras to collect data for research on micro and small enterprises in rural areas as to how they were affected by COVID. That effort did not work very well and taught us about the limitations of the model. Whenever you come up with a new model, knowing about its boundaries is very important, because no matter how robust your model is, It will not work in all the different kinds of circumstances or contexts or operating environments. But this agility in thinking and strategizing did take us to a very different place compared to where we were 5 years ago. 5 years ago, financial inclusion formed almost 90% of our programming portfolio. And since I knew about the limitations of financial services to create impact and lift people above poverty, I had always wanted to diversify our programming in the space of agriculture and livelihoods. What I had not expected, even in my own plans, as to how fast that transformation would happen. And as we speak today, 58% of our portfolio in Grameen Foundation India comprise of agriculture and livelihood services. Financial services has come down to like 32%. So when you have the right strategies, right people, right tools, things can happen very, very, very fast. In fact, somebody says that, as human beings, we often overestimate what we can do in the short term, but underestimate what we can do in long term. Because the effect of compounding starts to happen. Lots of other things happen in the long term, which we can't anticipate, we can't fathom. Provided what you're doing is right. But managing this change also requires a different kind of skill set. In this case, it was not only about managing change, it was also about managing how to scale. So for the first 3 years, we did not really have a large leadership team to lead on various things. But suddenly we had a hugely expanded and diversified our programming. This required us to build and invest in building a high quality and much larger leadership team. It also required me to stop doing many things that I was doing earlier. Because I cannot become bottleneck to our own growth. In a small organization, the CEO makes all the decisions, right? But as we grow and we do so many different programs, so many different donors, if I did not stop doing that, I will become our own bottleneck to growth. So this process of decentralized decision making is one of the most critical for bringing about agility in managing change and managing growth. Another important lesson in agility in managing change was when the COVID happened. And lockdowns made it impossible to continue with our traditional ways of working on the ground. As an organization that had for years built its reputation and credibility in working on digital platforms, we quickly pivoted and started using those digital platforms for our program implementation. So truly a digitally enabled organization, because when it was not possible for us to go and meet the communities, we kind of used digital mediums. We used our own learning platform, Android learning platform called Geely, to train our Grameen Mitras. So despite COVID, despite lockdowns, at least we could continue doing some of our programming, and that really helped. It helped our staff. It helped people at a very difficult time. So COVID really came as an opportunity to drive digital transformation within the organization, and we grabbed this opportunity with both the hands. As a result, we reached and served more and more clients during the last 2 years of COVID than at any time in our history before that. So we have been pleasantly surprised by the willingness and readiness of people to embrace change. The lessons we learned that we need to change, recalibrate, and adapt with changing times, and make sure we are always in tandem with the people's needs, dreams, and aspirations. If they are ready to move to digital platforms, we as a development organization cannot stick to our traditional tools. We have to embrace change, add new capabilities, and let go of those that have outlived its utility. These changes, catalyzed by COVID, however, are not transitory and will outlive COVID itself, because change is the only constant. While we deliberately choose to be opportunistic, not having a strategy to begin with, we have finally landed at a place where we can say we have a very robust strategy. The remaining challenge is to more effectively and comprehensively communicate about this to internal and external stakeholders. Agility in managing change can never be accomplished unless one is able to take the internal and external stakeholders along in this journey. Having now addressed the challenge of not having a model, our next challenge was how to leverage resources to take this to scale and make it sustainable. So how did we adapt to the change? The funding landscape in India has also undergone massive changes in the last couple of decades. Traditional philanthropic funds were on the decline, but impact investments are going up as a much bigger source of capital, but only if you have the right institutional and business model. So that's where the Grameen Mitra model, housed under a social business structure, kind of helped us leverage that new forms of capital. In our belief that this would bring two advantages. First, on the impact front, the Grameen Mitras can continue serving the low-income people in their respective villages without worrying about the rigid timelines of projects, because projects always start and end. Donors want you to finish projects in 2 years, 3 years, and then you're wondering what to do with the communities now. But in a social business, you can choose your own time when you want to get into a community and how long you want to serve that community. So by re-engineering our institutional legal structure, we were able to tap into a much wider array of financing instruments and sources of capital. In addition to the philanthropic capital, we are able to tap into social impact investors to take our model to scale. So in just 2 years since getting established, we have served over 1 million clients. We have created self-employment for nearly 1,500 women who work as Grameen Mitras, as self-employed entrepreneur. We had to build completely new verticals in the organization, which never existed before. Like we have a full-fledged technology team now, which has built the digital platforms for the Grameen Mitras, and which is core to running the business for Grameen Mitras. From running an NGO, suddenly now I'm running, managing a team of technocrats, something I never knew how to run a technology company, but we are also partly a technology company today. So in order to achieve all of these changes, we triggered a lot of internal changes and challenged some of the set notions of functioning. We have a much larger team. We expanded our leadership team to 15 members as the organization grew from 15-member team to 128 members. So this achieved kind of not just vertical integration, but also horizontal expansion in terms of kind of things that we do. As we looked into the rural households, besides financial services, agriculture was their biggest need, as half of the population depended on agriculture for their livelihoods, and yet it offered meager returns. So we started looking at how we can intervene in the agriculture space. But we did not have resources or capacity in that domain of agriculture. So on getting our first opportunity, we invested in recruiting a high-caliber team for our work in agriculture. In a period of less than 2 years today, Grameen is called upon by the state governments to provide them technical assistance in agriculture domain. One of the world's largest players in the financial services sector, which has built an entire digital ecosystem for agriculture, has entered into a strategic partnership with us for digitizing agriculture in India. How did this happen? This required us to promote a culture of shared leadership and to invest in building a strong team of experienced people for different domains. For agility in managing change, you need champions who can drive change process within the organization. You need domain experts who will translate the vision into action. So in the final part of this keynote, I'll now reflect on what it has meant for our ability to create impact, which was the starting point for our change process. Are we better positioned to create impact today? Due to our ability to work with multiple kinds of capital, because of a larger and competent team that we now have, and the deep domain expertise that we are able to attract, and because of our deep on-ground presence, today we are on the programmatic front, we can help farmers access quality inputs, finance, and markets. We can help farmers and other low-income people access and use a wider range of financial services. We can contribute to the sectoral discourse about effective ways of doing digital financial literacy and building women's participation. In addition, on the organizational front, we are self-sustainable. We have a healthy project pipeline and liquidity reserves. We have a strong team that can design and implement high-quality programs. We have an institutional model in place that is ready for significant scale while creating impact. We have consciously integrated diversity and inclusion in a profound cultural transformation and identified these as the competencies that drive impact. So I'll leave it to you to decide if we are in a better position to create impact today than earlier. But being a social impact organization, it is critical, and I reiterate that we keep purpose and impact at the very core in our decision making, and be agile when the relationship between activities and purpose and activities and impact starts to get blurred. If we are not agile, it can threaten our very existence. So either you rediscover your purpose and find a way to create impact with agility, or the world will not be worse off if you die as an organization. Thank you for listening. Shukriya.
Okay, thank you, Barbat. This is really very inspiring success story. نشكر السيد باربات على هذا الحديث الشيق وعلى حقيقة هذه رحلة نجاح وقصة نجاح التي بدأت من عام 2017 إلى الآن. تحدث لنا فيها عن قصة نجاح إعادة تأهيل مؤسسة جرامين، وذكر أهم عاملين كاناهما ريادة الأعمال والمرونة، وذكر لنا أيضا جملة التحديات التي كانت موجودة في ذلك الوقت من حيث نموذج كان نموذج عمل قديم، لا يوجد احتياط مالي، كان هناك خلل حتى في النظام التشريعي. وأيضا استعرض معنا ليش هذه أيضا لماذا هذه التحديات كانت موجودة، وذكر يمكن قضية نحتاج نقف عندها كثيرا، وهو التوازن ما بين أن يكون التغيير استراتيجي أو تغيير مبني على الفرصة الحالية. ذكر لنا أيضا عدة محاور رئيسية للنجاح، ونموذج العمل الذي تم تطويره والمسمى بجرامين مترا، وختم هذا كله أنه كيف تم استثمار كل هذه الإصلاحات في ظل جائحة كورونا. في الحقيقة هناك عدة أسئلة شيقة حقيقة موجودة وصلت إلينا، فنحاول إن شاء الله نأخذ ما نستطيع من هذه الأسئلة في هذه الفترة، وإذا لم يكفي الوقت هناك كما تعلمون ستكون ندوة بعد ذلك، ممكن بعض الأسئلة ترحل إلى تلك الندوة. Okay, so let's start with some questions from the audience. All right. I'm trying also to translate, live translation, so I hope I can reflect what is meant by the question. So the first one says, the change, yeah, you can have a seat. Yeah.
No, because this is not working here. When I go there, then it works. That's why.
Okay. Yeah,
if you're speaking English, then I'm fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. But I suppose to put the, okay, set the questions for you in English. Okay, so it says here, the change that you conducted, and you alluded that it requires the agility and entrepreneurship as a fundamental basis for such change or transformation. This kind of transformation requires special expertise, special minds, special people. So the question says, what kind of expertise you are focusing on in such transformation, and how you manage actually to attract such expertise, since there's a lot of competition on such people. So please.
So thank you for that. I hope I'm audible here. So yes, any kind of change or transformation process does require a lot of expertise. I think that expertise is required for running any organization successfully. But what is most critical is that we have to always have our ears to the ground to see whatever we are doing, is it creating impact? Are we making a difference? And asking people as to what do they need, what do they want, what their aspirations are, what their dreams are, and see how we can fulfill those dreams and aspirations. So acknowledging the need for change and transformation is the first and the biggest step. Once you have done that, then if you know that, okay, in my programming portfolio I don't have agriculture, let's say, and I need agriculture sector experts, then I can go and hire agriculture experts. Or let's say I need a digital transformation in the organization and go and hire technocrats. But that realization has to first come internally within the organization, within the leadership team. So in that sense, it's really, really important for the leadership, for the leaders, to be good listeners, to keep your eyes and ears open. And the second thing is that I also realize that being a leader, I do not have the luxury of saying that I do not know this. So let's say I have a legal question on, can our regulation allow this or not allow this? So our legal advisors will give us opinion, 3-page opinion, qualified opinion. But ultimately, as a leader, you have to make a decision that, okay, are we doing this, or are we not doing this? So leaders have to be decisive. They have to make decisions based upon the advice that others will give. Your legal counsel will not tell you if you should set up a for-profit company or not. They will tell you the pros and cons of a for-profit social business. Let's say, your technology team will tell you, okay, this software has this good and that bad cost, maintenance, whatever. So yeah, ultimately you need to make decisions. That's what leaders are for. So 2 things, being decisive, being a good listener, and thirdly, no matter what domain it is, to at least make yourself aware of that domain to some extent so that you can talk about it. People really kind of, wonder how I can talk about financial inclusion and digital transformation and human resource management and agriculture and nutrition and health and soil and water conservation, but I do. And not because, I'm a super genius, I'm not. But I keep myself aware of what is happening because all of these questions, all of these issues that I talked about are important for the lives of the people that we want to serve.
Okay, thank you. Here is a very brief, but I think also it's a deep question. It says, how can the partners lead the, let's say, organization or the transformation into failure? Maybe you see sometimes the partner, they have different priorities or whatever.
Yes.
This can sometimes maybe, the question, as I understand, it says how this could really lead to a failure.
Well, in our case, we had already failed almost. We were starting the transformation from a point of failure. So, and we were fortunate that we got some breathing space to transform before actually collapsing. But I have a very painful experience of actually sitting on a board of an organization whom I saw dying in front of my eyes. I could not save it as a board member. As a board member, that's your fiduciary responsibility to kind of alert the organization about its existential challenges. I could not. That organization just closed down about 6 months ago. So yeah, we live in a very competitive and fast-changing world. The world may not always be so kind and so forgiving to give you a second opportunity. So yeah, we have to be very, very agile and alert.
Yeah, actually there is another question. It's kind of follow-up on this, which says, how did you manage to integrate the board members in the change, in the target change?
I'll be very honest. I said that I need a lot of agility to make decisions. I do not have the luxury and freedom to come to the board for all the decisions. So I basically had to seek a kind of, the term is carte blanche from the board that, I'll only come to the board for a limited number of decisions. I said to the board that you can help me by making introductions to various investors or donors. But a lot of day-to-day decisions, I do not have the time and bandwidth to come and consult the board and everything because we really wanted to be very, very agile. So I was keeping the board informed about what is happening. In many cases, after the fact. It is not a good governance practice. Now we are changing. Now when we have become more stable, I'm consulting the board more frequently. I'm keeping them informed about the strategy before we implement it. But during that period of 2017 to 2019, I was pretty much running it like an autocrat. Not a good thing, but I'm honest.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Here is also another interesting question which says, what tools did you utilize to capture mistakes and what mechanism you use to communicate those lessons learned.
So one good thing is that in this world, of course, everybody says that learn from your mistakes. And there's only so many mistakes you can commit as an individual. But there are enough people and enough other organizations in the world who are committing mistakes all the time. So in addition to learning from our own mistakes, we should also look at learning from mistakes that others are committing. And there's a lot of learnings out there, right? So basically, again, keeping our eyes and ears open about what is happening in the world, what kind of strategies other organizations are putting in place, which of these are working, which of these are not working. Look at research and evaluation about things that work, and see how you can integrate some of that into your programming.
Okay.
Having a good network of friends with whom you can brainstorm, talk, going to forums like these where you meet with leaders from all over the world, and you gather from their experience. They are always very, very helpful.
Okay. As I said, because of time, we have to stop here. There are many other interesting questions. I hope, inshallah, we will address these questions in the next session. And again, I thank, on your behalf all, I thank again Mr. برافت. نيابة عن جميع الحضور نشكر مجددا السيد برافت على هذه الجولة الشيقة في إدارته للمؤسسة. وشكرا لاستماعكم وحضوركم.
Thank you. شكرا.
نشكر الدكتور خالد ومستر باهات. Thank you. سنبدأ بعد قليل الجلسات الحوارية. يتفضل بإدارتها المهندس مهند مفوز.
We need some water.
this for him. Is this working? It's not.
ما قاعد تايردها الجهاز يردها شويه يعني بس كذا في شيء بسيط يعني بس لو ان نقدمهم شويه خلاص عشان نقول لك الموجه هذه ترجع يعني ما تطلع هناك شويه بس شويه نسبه بس هذا شغل Yes. Okay. So we've got a mic.
Yeah. Yes.
Despite the fact we all came separately, we had very similar messaging. Yeah. I quite enjoyed that.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا ومرحبا بكم مجددا في اللحظة التي نتناقش فيها مع القامات العلمية الرائعة في لحظة واحدة. وأنا يعني لا أخفيكم أني أشعر بالتواضع يعني بتواجدي أمامهم على المسرح. في اللحظة أو في الفترة التي يعني أنا ما زلت أذكر الفترة التي كنا نتناقش فيها في اللجنة العلمية عن الموضوع أو الثيم الذي يجب أن يكون عليه هذا المنتدى. بدأنا النقاش عن الثيم الذي يجب عليه هذا المنتدى ربما في أكتوبر 2020، وكانت قرصة الجائحة ما تزال متوهجة. لم يكن صعبا علينا أن نختار الموضوع الذي يجب أن نتحدث عنه، وهو كيف نجعل المؤسسات غير الربحية تتجه إلى الاستدامة. فجاء هذا الموضوع. لاحظنا يعني في فترة الجائحة كيف أن كثير من المؤسسات غير الربحية تخلت عن موظفيها، كثير من المؤسسات غير الربحية ربما تخلت أيضا عن المهمة التي أنشأت من أجلها، من أجل أن تكون متكيفة مع الواقع الحالي، بل أن بعض المؤسسات غير الربحية اضطرت إلى أن تبيع بعض الأصول فقط كي تبقى المنظمة موجودة. سأتحدث مع ضيوفي في هذا اللقاء عن أهمية أن يكون القطاع غير الربحي متكيف مع التغيرات، وكيف له أن يكون مستدام ليس فقط حينما تحدث جائحة، حينما يحدث حدث يضطر المؤسسات لأن تفكر في الاستدامة وتفكر في الرشاقة، ولكن بشكل دائم. So I would like to welcome you all, my guests Mark, Barbat, and Mike. And I was telling them I feel humble being with you on the stage because of the amount of the practice and knowledge you acquire. So the way we are, I decide to manage this discussion is I would like to ask one of you a question, but it doesn't mean this question is forwarded only to that person. So if you feel like you have an answer to the question, for example, I ask Mark or Michael, please feel free to answer the question. I love words such as however. In our case, it was different. I love these words. So feel free, please, to have a nice discussion. And yesterday I was with Dwayne, and Dwayne taught me a very amazing concept, which is dancing with the donor, which means like when you talk with the donor, you need to take a step forward, then when he comes at you, you go back. So this is what I would like to do here in this discussion. So there is no doubt that COVID created a cascade of shortage, of problems, not only for the world, of course, but also you can imagine what did it do to our vulnerable sector. So I would like to ask this question to Barbat. Barbat, you've been working with underprivileged organization for a long time. So the challenges that the world is facing today might not seem new to you. Yes, COVID was harder, of course, when it hit, but things like shortage in employment, the difficulties in an economy is something you've faced so many times. So my question is, do you think, but you managed to adapt, right? So my question is, are we late? We waited for something like COVID to hit to wake up and do something. So are we late?
So I think we also need to be a little bit less tough on ourselves as human beings, as non-profit sector leaders. I think it's not for lack of effort. It's just that we are dealing with too many problems and challenges. And we have to sometimes also acknowledge our own limitations, that there's only so much we can do. Of course, I personally believe that, for example, the healthcare sector has been underfunded for a very, very, very long time. And when COVID came, in many countries, it exposed the underpreparedness of the health sector. And in that sense, maybe COVID is a wake-up challenge so that countries and governments can invest more in healthcare infrastructure, diagnostics, research, etc. But things like, say, what COVID did to, say, jobs, especially the informal sector jobs. I mean, we already had a massive unemployment problem in India. In fact, in 2019, I did a major conference in India around the issue of jobs and employment to attract attention to that problem. And then the COVID happened, the problem multiplied like 10 times. But it's not even a time to talk about issue of jobs and employment. So we said, okay, now COVID has happened, what do we do? And we saw that, now that so many millions of jobs have been lost, only way of really helping people is through things like unconditional cash transfer or social assistance programs. That's something that Grameen had never did, but we still designed a small program around that. We said, okay, even if we can help 100 people, 1,000 people through, just for subsistence, so we will do that. So I think, there's not a dearth of organizations who really want to make a difference. But yes, it's important that we are, as I was mentioning in my session earlier, is that we have to always, keep our eyes and ears open, look at the needs of the community, listen from them, understand from them, include them in the prioritization as to what is important. When COVID happened, of course, saving lives becomes more important than, catering for jobs, etc. But, as pandemic subsides, then of course going back to, okay, now we live in a very different place than in 2019. A digital transformation has happened. How do we make sure that people are ready for that digital transformation? So yes, we cannot continue doing what we did, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. We have to constantly evolve. So yeah, that's all I would say.
And also Mark mentioned that COVID also has been opportunity, not only a challenge. And asking you, Mark, you mentioned that when we say the word sustainability, our mind goes directly to financial sustainability. And my question to you, what are the other dimensions of sustainability?
Oh, this is complex, yeah. So the UN says that there's legal sustainability, there's sustainability of impact, there's sustainability of health, there's sustainability of all these different things. So it breaks it down into so many different types of sustainability. But can I come back to the question that you asked us?
Please.
Are we too late or are we late? I think there's 3 ways I want to answer that question. The first is from my experience of London, and I was telling the other panelists today, on the 20th of March, England passed a law that there are no COVID restrictions now at all. Yeah? So all COVID restrictions are now finished. There's no COVID restrictions. And what I've seen is that the world has forgotten about the change. The world has forgotten about COVID. It's still going on, but yet the world has gone back to how it was before. Stop, yeah? If we're going to learn from COVID, we should take some time now to reflect. And so if we're going to be mindful organizations and we're going to think and we're going to say, are we too early or too late? We've got to give ourselves that time to think. So for the audience, I'd like to ask the question, how do you give yourself time to think and reflect? The second thing is innovation. My real belief that if we can't innovate, and that's innovate in terms of technology, that's innovate in terms of ways of doing things, that's innovate in terms of what we do, then actually we'll be too late on this curve. And, as Prabhat, you told us your organization nearly died. Yeah? That's not good enough when you have people relying on us for the long term. So we have to ask ourselves 2 questions. How can we make sure we survive in the long term? But also the question, how could we be gone in 1 year? What could happen to stop us in 1 year? Which comes through to my final point. My real area of expertise is overheads, and this conversation about how much do you spend on overheads. Ronald Cohen, who set up social investment in the UK, took a look at the UK charity sector and said that only 1/3 of the organizations in the charity sector were long-term sustainable because they'd fundamentally unfunded and underinvested in their infrastructure. So the final thing from me is, please spend more on your infrastructure. Please spend less on the cause. That's such a hard thing, though, because if you don't do the things you do, you're not playing to your heart. This comes back to heart and head again. I hope that gives you a little bit.
Yeah.
But my passion, I want you to spend more on infrastructure so that you're better quality, so you can help people in a better way.
Thank you. Since you talked about the infrastructure and spending more and sustaining ourselves since the beginning, I would like to ask Mike. Mike, you stressed on the crucial need of relying on technology to create a larger impact, to scale up. But my question is, sometimes nonprofits blame other for not having the opportunity to invest in something like digital transformation. They might say, we cannot get grants from grant makers. They might blame even the regulator, saying that the regulator did not force us to do so. So they keep blaming others, and they don't know, they don't think about themselves. So whose responsibility is this? Is it the regulator responsibility? Is it the nonprofit responsibility, or the grant maker's responsibility?
It's a great question, but there's a lot of stakeholders in that. Maybe stepping back a little. Sorry if this is just working. We started this discussion about the impact of COVID, and change sometimes takes decades. We know that, but sometimes decades of change occur in the case of COVID, 2 years. And really, for me, the bigger thing out of COVID has been the unthinkable is now thinkable. And the greatest change that I saw within COVID was that one group of stakeholders, which were the funders, started to unrestrict the monies that they were funding the nonprofit space with. And that, for me, was transformational, because finally you could start spending that money on the infrastructure. That's infrastructure that you need to build your organization. So I think, being able to kind of break through these things that have been built up over decades, these ways of working, these assumptions that, well, grants are a restricted thing and there's a small percentage that will go to funding that infrastructure. Nonprofits have to be opportunistic and leverage the opportunity of COVID and these changes to drive that transformation. I do think, though, there's no one stakeholder that can make the change on its own. I think, for example, nonprofits have to be much better at actually thinking about how they attract funding to support that infrastructure. They have to ask, and a lot of organizations leave, this technology investment as an afterthought. And then finally, again, I just feel that the crucial element for nonprofits is investing in your people. I think this era of the cloud and the fact that technology companies are leaning in, we're building software, we've got donation programs, etc. The opportunity is incredible out there, but your organization has to be able to not just ask for funding, but it needs to be able to ask how to leverage that technology, how to ask companies and businesses to actually use that technology to drive your mission.
Please.
Sorry, I just want to make one comment back about putting in for funding. And this is the single biggest reason why people don't get funded, from my humble experience. What happens is you go to the funder and you say to the funder, how much money do you have? And the funder says, I have 1 million reals. Yeah, you say, okay, I'll put my bid forward for 1 million reals. The problem is, it actually costs you 1.2 million reals. But somehow you squeeze that into 1 million reals, rather than go back to the funder and say, I'm sorry, it's going to cost 1.2 million reals. That's pretty profound, because if you have to take the money, it has to come from somewhere. Maybe it comes from your reserves. Maybe it comes from another funder, but quite often it comes in overtime, an additional work for staff, yeah? Somebody has to pay. So I know from my humble experience that the problem starts with the negotiation. So we never think about charities as being able to negotiate because we're asking for money. We have to get much better at saying, we create positive change and it's going to cost this amount of money to do things. That's a conversation we quite often feel afraid of. Yeah. So that's my humble learning, as I say.
Thank you. You remind me. I was talking to Dwayne again on Thursday, and the courses that we are introducing to the sector through Al Fawzan Academy, we teach fundraising courses, and the first thing we teach is that the grant maker is not anything other than a partner who you are serving to achieve a common goal. So do not feel like he is the upper hand, because you are helping him achieve the mission he wants to achieve and help him with his cause, the cause he is interested in. And I'm sure like we will hear more about this tomorrow with Dwayne, inshallah. So go ahead.
Just one small
Sure.
point I wanted to make. The founder of Grameen Foundation, first CEO, Alex Counts, actually written a book about, in which one of the books is about, for social sector leaders, basically. And which there's a very good statement he has made. When in doubt, ask for more. So I thought I'll just share that quote. When in doubt, ask for more.
And I might just add, one of the challenges, we talk a lot about failing non-profits, but my concern is not so much failing non-profits. I rarely see, it's an extreme event when a non-profit fails. And typically donors will at that point have serious conversations. My concern is that there's a very large proportion of non-profits that, and I'm not sure if this word translates, but are almost zombie organizations. They don't have the funds or the reserves. Actually, that's an interesting term. There's not too many organizations with healthy reserves. They don't literally have the funds to develop themselves. So they end up essentially acting as some form of a contractor. And that's a very dangerous space for any nonprofit to get into. So I'm not worried so much about the failure. It's the lack of the inability of nonprofits to control their own destiny. And I think that greatly reduces the impact that they deliver.
So, Barbat, I keep getting question about Grameen, and I will read the question as it is. It says, how could Grameen transfer the greed of social enterprise and funding poor people with high interest to make it more profitable? To make it more profitable, basically.
So if I understand the question, I think it's about the interest rates in microcredit, microfinance. Yes. So I started working in microfinance space about almost 20 years ago. Not with Grameen, I was working with other organizations. At that time, typically, the interest rate, and I'm talking about the Indian context, interest rate charged by microfinance institutions at that time was 2% a month. It will translate to between 40 to 50% interest rate, effective interest rate. In the last 20 years, I have seen the interest rates come down today to about 20% effective rate of interest being charged in India. Of course, the interest rate has to be seen in a market context as to, okay, what's the cost of funds, and then cost of delinquency and cost of other things. But, the point is that interest rates have come down as microfinance institutions have scaled, as technology has made things more efficient, as new know your customer norms, KYC norms, and customer identification things have come into place. So it is happening in the industry, but within Grameen Foundation, what has happened is that we have moved away from, so we never lent money on our own. We never were a lender like a microfinance institution. We were helping other microfinance institutions learn this business, right? And then we said, okay, that has only limited impact. People need, in addition to loans, they need savings, they need insurance, they need, agri-advisory services. So we have diversified now. So for our end customers, we have a host of offerings. We are not saying that borrowing money, microcredit is the only pathway out of poverty. In fact, it is not. People need skill development, people need job opportunities, people need access to markets, and we work on all of those things. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Mark, I remember that I met you here in Bahrain 2017, and you were the first one who introduced me to the social investment and social enterprise concept. It was totally new to me, and you said it's a great way to have a sustainable impact to help the person who is who does have this enterprise and the community. But now we are having economic difficulties, economic challenges, maybe more than what we had in 2017. My question to you, is social investment and social entrepreneurship still feasible?
Oh, he asks some difficult questions, doesn't he? I think that's a great question, and you have to break it down into three different bits. The first is social entrepreneurship, because you said social entrepreneurship. Does it still cut it? Yeah. Without social entrepreneurship, we have nothing, because without people with new ideas and new passions and new ways of doing things, we won't change, we won't evolve. Yeah. People say to me there are too many charities. No, I want more charities. I want more social purpose organizations. I want more social enterprises, because then we can try and solve more problems, yeah? And maybe we'll innovate along the road. The second question is about social investment. Do I still believe in social investment? I really do. And in the UK, we've seen social investment come around, certainly property. In a huge way. We've seen the property market for example, autistic people, old age, around sight loss, around all sorts of different organizations, really growing very, very rapidly. So let me help you to think. If you have an autistic person who needs to have some support in the community, you can buy a property, you can find the funding for that, and that can be supported through social investment. In other words, the social investor will put the money and the capital up front to enable you to make the scheme work. And they get the security of the loan against the house or against the building. Yeah? I think what I always wanted was that we would start to see more the venture philanthropist side of things, where we had large foundations and stepping into taking more risk capital. So do you see that? When you have a risky venture, you have to take risk. And I hope after COVID that people stay with the risk appetite, continue to invest with risk. The final part of the question is the really nasty question, yeah? Is have interest rates increased, and has that caused a problem for non-profits, yeah? And for me, no, it hasn't, because the social investors have been really, really, really good at going back and renegotiating. They've said, okay, we want this to be successful. We invested in you for the long term. In social investment words, we have this thing called patient capital. Patient capital waits for a long time, yeah? And so investors have had to say, we'll stay with you on the journey. We won't raise our increase, our percentage, but maybe we need to be a little bit closer to what you're doing, maybe be on the board and maybe have a bigger voice. And the other change I've seen is that the timescales have really pushed out. So investors have said, we can't get a 2 to 3, maybe 5-year return. We're now going to aim for a 10-year return. So I think the last one of those questions was the real teaser for me, yeah? But I mean, in the UK, we've seen it being 100% positive, apart from risk capital.
Thank you. Mike, you talked about the managing impact concept, the concept that has been introduced by Salesforce. And my question is, can we manage impact without using technology?
The answer is yes, absolutely. You could manage your impact if your nonprofit was small enough on paper. If it was a 2-person organization, you might manage impact on Excel. I think it's, important to know that a lot of the concepts here are things that you don't need sophisticated technology. What technology can do is help you scale. So when you start serving tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people, then certainly technology starts becoming a really critical component to helping you scale that service. I guess the point I would definitely be landing on is you need to get those fundamentals right. And, you know, I didn't point it out, but you probably noticed that my presentation has lots of little cartoon characters, and it looks a bit strange for a technology company. But a crucial part of what we try and do is demystify what we do for our customers. You really need to understand all of these principles in order for you to make best use. Because, you know, an expression that I was once shared with me with a COO of a nonprofit was, bad technology amplifies bad processes, right? So you've got a poor theory of change, poor set of processes. You know, technology will make all of that go badly wrong at an even greater scale. So trying to get those things right and understanding them. And I'm a big believer of the Post-it and whiteboards. Get it down in a room, understand it, then start thinking about how you apply the technology to that.
Sorry, but don't forget the sellotape.
Good point.
So, Parpat, another question for you. Again, you've worked with many struggling organizations, like really struggling. And these organizations, when they reach out to you, they want to change. At that point, what is the main factor that you should focus on in order to make the change that the organization wants? Is it people or fund?
I think it will have to be people-led. I mean, any organization, if they say that, okay, we want to change, I will also always ask them, okay, why do you want to change? You know, what's the purpose? What do you want to do? You know, who is the person or beneficiary or client for whom you want to create that impact? What their needs are? Where is it that you can add value to their life? Now, you know, people have different kinds of needs, and not every organization, or in fact, no organization can serve all the needs for your target group. But at least do one thing well. So do you have those tools, those products, those processes which can change at least one thing and bring, you know, positive value to that end beneficiaries or customers or client, in the health domain, in education domain, in livelihood domain, in any domain. But I think the first thing that organizations need to really ask themselves is, what is the value I am adding to whom? If you do not have a clear answer to that question, then I think this desire to change will not take you very far. So that change has to be purposeful. I mean, a lot of organizations may want to change because change is the new fad, right? There's money for, let's say, today, there's money for agriculture, so I want to do agriculture. Tomorrow there's money for climate change, so I want to do climate change. It's easy to raise funds, when there is a lot of interest about that fad in the market, but you have to really question that, okay, do I have the capability and the tools to add value in that domain? And it's not impossible to actually build that capacity or acquire that capacity. But yeah, one should always look at your value add as an organization and be very deliberate in making sure that you are adding and delivering that value.
You want to add something, Mike? Because earlier you stressed on investing on people.
Yeah, I mean, it's a truism that people, certainly Silicon Valley, you invest in teams and people, not necessarily a concept, because you can fix all the rest. And certainly, the core differentiator for me, for any organization between success and lack of success, is that leadership and that strong team. I would kind of add one of the challenges, and we heard it there with the problems that Grameen had, is just setting aside the time to think about that transformation. And one of the biggest shortage, I believe, for the leaders of a lot of nonprofits is actually time. It's just time to sit back and think about where they are and what they need to affect. A lot of leadership teams, I find, are running so fast, just keeping the organization afloat, surviving. they don't get the time to step back. And you know, one of the things that we've actually started helping our customers is we've been setting up retreats for management teams. We've been taking them out of their day-to-day to sit down and give them space to think through, you know, what the changes that they want to affect in their organization, and essentially trying to buy that time for them. And I think that's if I were to say there's one shortage in this world, it's not necessarily capital or funding, it's time. It's people are so time short.
So timely. Really appreciate you saying that. I hope the boards and the donors, you know, hear, you know, this from you, because absolutely you're right. We don't have time to think, introspect, reflect, and yeah.
And you know, having been on boards, also you know, one of my roles, I reported into a complex board with 20 executive directors. You know, sometimes the demands of boards and funders, but particularly boards, is overwhelming in terms of reporting. I really felt for you there. You said, look, this is a crisis. I don't have the time to be sending lovely PowerPoint presentations to you. I need to save an organization here. We'll come back to you when we have that. And you were very lucky in that you had a board that recognized that. And I think it's an important one. Many people in this room, I think, will be in that space. But to be very mindful about how much time people have. And I'm just going to segue one thing on, because it's actually one of the questions I ask with CEOs and, you know, CXOs, leaders in nonprofits. They say, we're running this digital transformation for our organization. And I say, fantastic. So my next question is always, how much time per week do you spend on that? And I'm amazed by the number of leaders that say, well, in a week, I sit on a committee and we meet once a month and we go through a report. And I'm like, there's no way you can transform your organization in a couple of hours a month. If you're doing deep transformation to your nonprofit, you're probably committing at least a day a week to that. And that's very hard with funder demands, with, you know, operational demands, with demands from a HR perspective. But, you know, carving that time out is a key indicator in terms of your success. So time management, I know it's a very basic thing, but it's a super important thing to be able to do. Or if you can't, you know, I've had this conversation with one CEO who said, you know what, I can't, where I am, commit that much time, so we're not going to do it.
Absolutely.
So you like this story, yeah? At one of the organizations I worked with, we went across the world and we said, okay, do you have the time and energy to do learning, to do knowledge management and learning? And the organization said, no, we don't have the time, so we stopped it. There was an absolute outcry across the world with people saying, how can you possibly stop learning? So we said, okay, so take something off the table, stop doing something to give yourself that other headspace. 3 years later, the organization found it was so battered from the decision not to invest in knowledge, it then wanted to put all its money into knowledge and learning, and it really became a knowledge and learning organization. It just had to find out what was important to it, yeah? Mm-hmm. So back to this idea of must-do lists, yeah? It's really interesting. As a finance person, I'm a chartered accountant. If you make a must-do list and you have 10 things on the list and you put a line at number 3, and you say, okay, those things above the line get funded, those things below the line don't get funded, it really galvanizes the mind. It really focuses the mind on what you're actually going to finance, yeah? And what I found in non-profits is, if somebody believes it's so important, or a group of members of staff think it's so important, they'll find the money and the time.
That they will. Thank you. So, in our sector have an interdependence relationship on the other two sectors, and especially here, like, we still rely very much on the regulator. So my question to all of you, and maybe I will start with Mark, what role can the regulator play in sustaining the non-profit sector?
Yeah, this is a truly great question, because when I came last time to Saudi Arabia and the kingdom, I was saying to people, okay, we can just do it. And people looked at me and said, no, we have to go and get the regulatory agreement to do that. So I'm answering this with the knowledge that in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you have much greater regulation control than we do in the UK. Yeah. So the first thing is, if the regulatory control could be loosened somehow, that will help you. But I can't interfere with the regulation. So I have a different environment. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what could the regulator do, to make this change happen? In the UK, it could focus more on non-profits. It could focus more on creating and removing the barriers between social business and charity and non-profits, and giving every space along that line, if you like, a tax break and the money to make things happen. Mm-hmm. Because at the moment, the tax incentives are totally on charities. But if we're going to make a change for the world, we need to use social investment. We need to use social enterprise. We need to use commercial business. We need to use charity as well. And this is what I want to help people to think about is, Unilever, the biggest commercial organization, or one of the biggest commercial organizations, in the world, probably saves more lives through hand washing than a lot of other organizations. We need all of these tools. So in the audience, please think about every single tool you have, and back to the why. We've got to align behind the why and then use all of those tools to make change happen. It's a bad answer. It's a bad answer, but it's a really hard question because regulatory environments are so different.
Yeah.
I might add, I've got substantial experience in terms of the regulatory environment in certainly Europe and the US, because I was in the leadership team of Oxfam. My appeal always for regulators is to understand the burden of regulation and to simplify it as much as possible. There are good and solid reasons to regulate, safeguarding the people that you work with. You can't just have anybody working with, for example, children. You need also to make sure there are controls about how money is spent, etc. My concern is often that regulations just grow over time and they come from different ministries and from different parts of government, and the cost of servicing that can be very, very onerous, particularly for smaller organizations. And in actual fact, if you look at some of the largest charities out there, part of their kind of remit is why they have to get to a certain size is actually to cover the costs of that regulation. So my appeal is always to try as much as possible as a regulator to manage that burden on the non-profits and actually work with them, partner with them to make sure that it's appropriate and it helps them deliver their mission whilst also doing it safely.
Barbat, you have?
Yeah, one thing which I see that, so like in India, for example, also we have a lot of regulations, but I also lived in Canada where I was served on the board of a child care actually. And I also saw that, there was a lot of regulations, and for good reasons that, you have to safeguard the children, the vulnerable people and other kind of. So I think one thing that I have really seen work is that to have a dialogue with the regulators whereby you are able to explain to them what is it that you want to do, why you're doing it, and informing them about your learnings or your results. So, yeah, I mean, I have seen that, consistent dialogue with the regulators does help. Presenting them with evidence does help. Rather than going and saying that, okay, you should change this or do this or don't do this. That kind of, makes them more defensive if you go for the straight ask. So instead of going with a straight ask, what helps is to make them aware about what challenges we are facing and what is it that we have learned, how we can help the people in this country. I think that as a common denominator, they want the best interests of the people in the country, and so do we want. So establishing that common ground and then kind of taking it from there helps.
Thank you. So I received this question for you, Mike. It's asked if you have an example on how could the organizations you dealt with could convince their board member to take a step on digital transformation? Do you have an example? How did they do that?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's both direct examples where I worked within the Oxfam system and previously with Trocra. I mean, these were both international humanitarian organizations. I mean, the first thing is to identify a champion on your board for digital. And often there is a challenge with board members. Like, board members tend to be taken on because they're very, very experienced. So usually they're of a certain age group. And this can be quite challenging when you want to infuse the board with new skill sets. One thing that I've found that's been really, really transformational are nonprofits that have youth representation on the boards. And I'll give you a direct example is Oxfam Denmark. And they actually put a quota for how many board members should be under 40. And in actual fact, their current chair, their board chair, is 32. Right? That's quite young for an organization that has about 200 million in grants awarded to it by the Danish government for education programs and projects. They've been incredibly successful. And part of that is because they've got such a young, dynamic board who are really driving a digital-first agenda. So that diversity and bringing youth into your board, I think is incredibly helpful. It may get a few frowns the first time you might raise it with your board because nobody likes to be, I still remember I flipped into the board categorization for middle-aged. I wasn't too happy with that, but it does change the dynamic of the conversations at your board. The second part is, you know, I think it just really goes back to your relationship with the board. If you have a dysfunctional relationship with your board, the worst thing is actually having a board that starts saying you should do this digitally. I think you should have this shiny toy, or I know this great software company, you should buy their software. That's really unhelpful. I mean, a board's responsibility is to kind of help that accountability. So, you know, being able to kind of digitally present that data back, that dashboard, I think is incredibly helpful. If boards kind of sense that the data they're getting is digital, you can see the digital impact of the organization, I think that also changes the conversation. So instead of offering your boards a printed out readout for their quarterly or their monthly meeting, try and start to encourage your board to start using a digital boardroom and dashboards. It really does help with them understanding, you know, what exactly the opportunity of digital is in terms of being an effective organization.
I remember at my time when I was at IU, we had this debate, is investing time to show the impact worth it or not? Especially that most of the foundations insist on showing the impact, so they make sure the resources that they gave you has been utilized. So it's actually a debate because most of organizations spend time and money in showing that impact while they can use that time and money to create more impact. So my question to you, Mark, which side do you take? Is investing time and money in showing impact worth it?
I'm sorry, if you know me well enough, I'm just going to pass the question back to you and say, what do you think?
Okay, Mike.
I mean, I'll answer the question from two different lines of thought. Yeah, and I think the bigger problem certainly in the UK and internationally is that donors require certain metrics. In other words, they say, I want this output measure and I want this outcome measure and I want impact and you tell me my measures. That's not helpful when an organization is trying to measure what it thinks is important. Yeah, and so I think if we can, with our funders and foundations, align the measures that we're learning from, it removes the burden from having to have separate systems.
Yeah. So I think first of all, should you measure impact? I think it's absolutely critical. I told you, the one image I want you to take away is the iceberg. If you don't measure impact, you don't have the measure under the water. Even to the extent that when we were working in Somalia, we needed to work out if our aid was getting to the people we wanted to. So we had satellite images. We would tag people and, you know, see where they moved with the tag to see if they felt safe or not. Yeah? If they felt safe, they'd go to the market. If they didn't, they'd stay at home. We'd use mobile phone data to see where people were moving as well, just to get the impact. Yeah. So I'm sorry, it's not a question for me. Even the smallest charity has to measure something social and should measure something in terms of impact. But I think we can make it easier for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mike, this is a question for you as well, because when you talked about managing impact, you talked about the importance of showing data to the foundations, to our beneficiaries, how much impact we are creating. So I think you also for measuring impact.
Yeah, I mean, measuring impact is one piece. Delivering that then to the various stakeholders is another. And one of the issues is you probably collect and measure in one way, but then you have to report in many different ways. I do think as the sector, I'll just call it out, there's one huge issue in that the sector is probably the most diverse sector. It is the most diverse sector out there. It incorporates every other sector within it in terms of what it does. Whereas other sectors like financial services or manufacturing, much easier to get your hands around, much more standardized, along with having more resources. But that being said, there is a drive towards standardizing reporting. So, for example, the 10 largest, donors, philanthropic organizations in the US are part of a program now to start aligning and standardizing the reporting they expect. That makes life so much easier when you've just got one kind of template that you have to fill out, rather than having to have a very customized one for each party. We're beginning to see standards like IATI, the International Aid Transparency Initiative, which it standardized the reporting of financial flows. It's not impact, but it just helps kind of build out that and simplify that reporting. And ideally, the big challenge for me is no individual nonprofit on its own will deliver all the impact in a geographic area or in a particular mission area. It's only when you start aggregating the impact from multiple, organizations that you actually start to see a clearer picture. And that's obviously, that's the dream, right? That we can actually start seeing, across many organizations that the impact that they're delivering. And I think this is definitely a conversation between funders and individual nonprofits, because I think we forget sometimes, we almost think we're reporting upwards, but how about reporting across? How about reporting to your peers how you're delivering impact? How could we better work together across sectors? And I think there's actually, it's a missed opportunity if we're overly focused on that reporting upwards rather than across to your peers. I'm hoping that somehow answered your question.
It does. Barbat, you can find in the philanthropic literature something that says the goal of the market sector is to grow, and the goal of the nonprofit sector is to shut down because they achieve their mission. You might find that, but you talked about agility and adoption, being adaptive to the changes. So I got a question that asks, is it better for the organization when they achieve their mission, when they achieve their goal, is to just shut down, turn off the lights, and just go out, or adapt with the new needs in the community?
I think, we are decades away from a situation where a nonprofit can say that, any nonprofit in the world, we have achieved our mission and we are not needed in this world anymore. This world has enough problems out there. that can keep us, all of us busy, for next several decades. Including, not only I'm talking about, let's say developing countries or least developed countries, You go to developed markets, I lived in Canada, and there's so many challenges that they are facing with. They have the First Nations communities. They have people who are, facing, let's say, mental health challenges. They have people who are, children who are, affected by autism. They have old age care problems. So no matter how developed you are a country, you will have issues that a purely market system may not be able to deal with. And that's why you need, non-profits, NGOs, social impact organizations to deal with those problems. The second is, I think in past, traditionally, non-profits have been reluctant to go for scale. They have been reluctant to be ambitious, which I believe that must change. The problems in this world are much bigger. They require us to be way more ambitious. They require us to work at much bigger scale. Of course, not every organization should be required to scale. If an organization does beautiful work with a small community in one part of the city or village, that's okay. But I think there are much bigger problems in this world. One more example I'll give, and then I'll stop, which is, there's this, in microfinance, there was this research and analysis organization called Microfinance Information Exchange. It started in early 2000s when microfinance sector was just growing up. And they did a beautiful job of looking at the performance benchmarking of all the microfinance institutions in the world. They brought it out in the form of a bulletin called Microbanking Bulletin, which really helped organizations, one, share their data, two, look at their efficiency, productivity, performance, etc. And that built trust of the donors about how well they're doing. The sector grew, but nobody was willing to fund that kind of research and impact assessment, and MIX had to shut down. Microfinance Information Exchange has shut down as of 2 years ago. And that I see as a huge problem, because now there's no way for me to compare, let's say, MFI from Tanzania with MFI from Taiwan and MFI from let's say Middle East, to say, okay, how interest rates, for example, impact how inflation impacts interest rates, what are the kind of things that drive productivity or efficiency, and how you can make organizations more efficient. So it's a real loss, and that's something which was funded all these years through as a public good, right? So donors kind of bankrolled MIX to survive, and now donors are saying, no, we are only interested in direct impact work, whereby every dollar that I worked with a donor, every dollar that I spent as a donor should create direct impact of helping 5 or 50 or 5 million people. I don't believe in, and don't want to invest in public good kind of things. So there is infrastructure kind of stuff which is required in various sectors to create those public good things, which will be necessary for driving impact measurement, those kind of stuff.
Thank you. So I want to wrap up the session by a last comment from each one of you. So please, Mark, if you have something to say.
Yeah, simply this. You're all fantastic. You all work in a sector that I'm passionate about. Please go and change the world. And hopefully we've just given you some thoughts, but you have your own thoughts. We love to hear those. It's a big family, if you like, across the world. So thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There's lots of things to be done, especially because we are sitting in a university where there are a lot of young people, young minds with a lot of energy and ideas would be coming. I would say that we have to attract more and more young people from around the world to become more passionate and interested in this whole space. Not only look at the business world, but also look at this as a really meaningful career job choice.
We started this with, a comment, are we too late? You're never too late. The best time to start is now. I would say, two things. Be kind to yourself. As somebody that worked for decades in nonprofit, it's tough, but the reward will be there. The second thing, always adapt a beginner's mind. I love conferences like this. I love attending conferences like this because it gives me an opportunity to learn. And I've already learned so much from the conversations that we had today and yesterday. So keep that beginner's mind, keep learning, because that is the way, the path to impact, greater impact.
Yeah. So I would like to end this discussion by thanking my guests, Mark Selway, Parbat Lab, and Michael Duggan, for honoring us in this discussion and this forum. And الشكر موصول لكم أعزائي الحضور على تشريفكم المنتدى، حضور أول يوم. غدا سيكون اليوم الثاني بحول الله، وشكرا لكم مرة أخرى، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نعيد الشكر لجميع مدراء الجلسات وجميع السادة الحاضرين. نود التنبيه على ضرورة إبراز البطاقة التعريفية للمنتدى خلال أيام انعقاده. وقبل الختام نتشرف بدعوة الجميع لتناول وجبة الغداء. وفي الختام نطوي صفحة اليوم الأول للمنتدى العاشر على أمل اللقاء بكم في يوم الغد في تمام الساعة 9 صباحا بمشيئة الله، علما بأن يوم غد يوم دراسي وقد يتطلب الوصول للقاعة وقتا أطول. في أمان الله.
Thank you so much.